It would help. It would help if I had my microphone on, y'all. I actually got the hard stuff down, but I didn't have the easy stuff, which is just turning on the microphone. So can you hear now? Can you hear me now? Literally had my mic turned off, y'all. So sorry about that. Let me know. Can you hear now? Okay, good. Okay, so next time check, actually turn on my microphone. Okay, you guys, I'm excited because believe it or not, even though I didn't, okay, cool, Willie, thank you. Even though I didn't know to have my microphone on, I have been doing a little bit of research so that I can move through and not have to click so much. I have some little shortcuts, some hotkeys as they call them. Y'all, there are 6 of you over here on Instagram. Please come over to YouTube because YouTube shows me love. YouTube will actually pay content creators for going live. So if you would like to support me, please come over to YouTube and you get to see everyone on the panel. Okay. For those of you who are not familiar, by the way, comment your city and state. Okay. So I can shout you guys out. For those of you, if it's your first time watching, comment first time watching. This is the format for the show. We go over 5 questions each week, Monday through Friday. The men on Yonsternation are given questions and they can answer. And then I send them over to Patreon. Okay. And so let me show you what it looks like. Okay. Yeah, I got my little stuff now. Okay. Let's take, so Yonsternation, there we go. Yonsternation, you guys can follow if you are a male. If you are part of the Adam's Apple Club, you can come to this page. And then I ask juicy questions every single day. And then I share the answers, redacted, of course, to my Patreon page. And you guys might be saying, well, how do I get to your Patreon page? Well, I've got a link here for you. And let's see if I can find it here. It's just simply patreon.com/Yonci. We got a bunch of stuff to do over there. We have a fitness chat where every single day we post up our successes, what we did for the day for fitness. We have good movies to watch, movies, YouTube channels, things like that. It's a whole community. We've got a bunch of different chat groups. I host a bunch of events, especially in Dallas. I've got a really big event coming up. It's a lake party. I can't give more details than that other than what we're going to be doing there. It's going to have catering. It is going to have exclusive stuff just for my crew. We are going to have a ton of water events, jet skis, things like that. The DJ, I'm not even allowed to say his name, but he is huge in Dallas. And do you know how much it costs for my patrons? It is $0. So you just have to be on the platform to know the date is already given, the location is already given, and it's going to be a whole weekend full of events. But I'm throwing a big event that one day on the lake, okay? So if I haven't given you enough reasons to join, there's one more. You get to attend every Zoom mingle or as many as you want. They're on the first Fridays of the month. And you can also submit questions for me to ask my followers to answer. And we're going to get into that. So perfect segue. We are going to talk about the 5 questions for tonight. And then we are going to answer or give our take on the submitted questions because I saved my opinion for Thursday night show. And then we have a featured single. We have a lovely lady who is going to be joining us. And you guys, you have to let me know what questions to answer. We try to make it fun and make the questions juicier and juicier and juicier until she possibly taps out. Okay, so far no one's tapped out yet, and I'm pretty impressed. Okay, but should we bring our people up to the stage? I think so. I'm so excited, y'all, that I've been learning how to do my little buttons here. Oh, but before I go, let me do it real quick. Let me do some shout outs. Okay, I said I would. We got, oh goodness, I don't want to say it wrong. Sutton, Maryland. Okay. We got Nashville, nice. Nashville, Tennessee, Capitol Heights, Maryland, Raleigh, North Carolina. We got the Bronx, New York. Hey, Lynette. Where did you get all the questions from last Friday? Not quite sure which one you're referring to, Kenny. We got Cincinnati, Ohio, Jacksonville, Florida, and hey, Nikki. And let's see, Rockland County, New York, and Washington, D.C. Okay, want to get everybody before I brought my panelists on. And go ahead, if you are enjoying the show, go ahead and tap the like button so YouTube knows that you are enjoying it. All right, let's see if I did this right. Oh, I have to do one step first, y'all. I'm telling you, hey, you're learning with me. All right, guys, welcome to the stage. I got Justin, I got Derek, I got Amanda, and I have Mia. Welcome to the show. If anybody has my show playing in the background, now is the time to mute it because it's going to do some weird little echo. And you guys bear with me because I adjusted my camera so that it matches my graphics, but now it's throwing me off because it's the opposite of me. So y'all, you know I'd be on the struggle bus sometimes, but we gonna pray for a team one day. Okay, Amanda, we all got the updo memo. I am here for the updo slash side pony slash headband. Like you are giving summer goodness.
Yeah, I had to put my natural out for the people.
It's cute. You know, it's like the girl that's like, oh, I didn't really, I didn't have to really try.
I didn't.
A little something.
That's what it's giving. I'm here for it.
For the people.
Nia, you got the bun memo. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Hey.
Do you also get the pink lip memo, or is that red? I can't tell.
This is red.
Okay. But you got. Well, we got the lip and the bun.
We got the lip and the bun.
Okay, cute. All right, the fellas came out tonight. I gotta start with my coach, Derek. Sorry, I gotta give him. Y'all, I wouldn't even be here on Instagram if it weren't for Derek. So shout out to you, Derek. Nice to have you. Thank you.
No problem. Glad to be here.
Yay. By the way, I'm still hearing an echo. So if anyone else has it playing in the background, I don't know if there's something I'm doing differently, but I've never heard it before. But it's still echoing. Does everyone hear it echoing on your side?
I hear it.
I do.
You hear Justin?
Yes.
I hear it as well.
I don't hear it. Maybe it's me because I don't hear it.
Okay.
I don't hear anything.
Let
That
me.
sounds normal.
Huh. Okay. Nope, that didn't help. I had a second camera, but I thought maybe taking that off. I don't know why. Okay, so let me see here. I have someone else I'm going to add. Hey, Willie. And my bad, I got distracted by the echo. Welcome, Jay. I believe it's Jay's first time on the show. Nice to have you.
Appreciate
Good,
you.
thank you.
Good having me.
I'm glad you recovered from the trauma that we talked privately about with Derek.
Oh yeah, that was a little something. There's some normalcy now.
You said what?
There's some normalcy now.
Oh, okay. I'm here for the discreetness. I love it. You know, some people be like, y'all had a friend where you're like, don't turn around. They're like, or you try to whisper something, they repeat what you just said out loud. You're like, really? Okay,
Yeah,
so Jay,
I'm usually that friend. Yeah. I'm usually that person.
Like Derek.
I'm like, no, hey.
Okay,
right.
Jay got cool points with me on that. Okay, I appreciate it because I was, whoop. All right, and Justin, welcome.
Thank you so much, Yonci.
You're so awesome. Y'all, I just randomly hit him up and he was gracious enough to come. So I love a brave soul. So,
oh yeah.
Real quick before we dive into it and I forget, are there any people out there who are single, nobody will cut you single? If so, you may raise your hand and that is an invitation for DMs to be slid into. I'm just saying, let him use you, let him use the platform. Okay. All right. So Amanda got her hand up, Nia got her hand up. So anyone, Jay got his hand up. So free for all. Now here's what I got to tell you. Okay. I'm not guaranteeing a call back. I'm not guaranteeing a response. I'm just saying you guys are welcome. The doors of the church are open. What happens after that, that's on you. And hopefully you took my Instagram class so you know how to get your profile together so they, might actually want to answer that door being knocked on. Speaking of doors being knocked on, I hear somebody who came to the stage. Oh, it is Lynette. Hey, girl.
Hey, Amanda. Hey, everyone.
How are you doing?
Hey, Willie. Oh, I get a waiting.
Okay, guys, let's go ahead and I forgot to check. Willie, I'm gonna put you to work if you can do a second screen. Can you be the snitch for me? The snitch on YouTube. Let me know where we're at because we got 19 viewers right now.
Snitch.
What's that?
You just said you could have told me your life. You said I got a snitch now. I don't even want to do it.
You gotta snitch and let me know if we don't have enough likes. Okay, this echo is absolutely driving me insane, and nobody has it playing in their background. I gotta think, what could it possibly
be? We got
be?
6 likes. I'll snitch. Got 6 likes.
Oh, I cannot. Yes, we can hear that. I can hear that go.
I just logged in, so.
Yeah,
It
it definitely wasn't you, but it only.
happened. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
It
no, you're
happened.
good.
Let us on.
Right. I'm gonna try really quick and see if I go here. Testing. Yes, I still hear it when it's just me. Oh, but you know what? I can also hear people who are still backstage. So it could, that doesn't eliminate the fact that it could still be.
Yeah, it might be somebody else that's not on.
Yeah, let's try one quick test, you guys. So sorry to do this, techie viewers. But could everyone hit their mute button and then we'll rule it out to see if it's me and my glitchy system. Oh, okay. It's working okay. So here we're going to do, I feel like a snitch now. We're going to turn each person on one by one and see where the issue is, because it might be some kind of a technical thing and it might just be get out and come back in. So Lynette, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm here.
No echo. Okay, Amanda, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'm here.
No echo. Okay, Nia, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right.
Is this nerve-wracking, you guys? Who is it gonna be? Okay, Willie, if you could let yourself unmute, please. Sorry.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, it's not Willie. Okay, Derek, I'm gonna put you up next. Mr. High Tech.
It might be me.
It's Derek. You are the most high-tech person, so I'm actually glad it's you, because then that means that you probably can figure it out. You don't have it playing from a second source? Maybe your speakers are just echoing throughout your.
You might have. Do you have headphones plugged in too, and you listen through your speakers?
It's just because I have StreamYard as well, so maybe it's conflicting with my account. That's the only thing I'm thinking of.
Now it sounds good. Oh no, just kidding. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, spoke too soon. Yeah, let me figure it out. But
okay, so worst case scenario, we're just having you mute for now, and then we can test it every so often. Just message me.
I'm gonna mute. Yeah.
Okay. I hate to mute my coach. Y'all, as I said before, he is the one who snatched me off of Facebook and said, if you don't get yourself on YouTube and Instagram, and I was like, I don't want to be in front of all the people and have him in my business. And he was like, and that was, I think, 4 years ago. So y'all golf clap for him. Thank you, Derek. Okay. Let's see. Let me snooze this. All right, y'all. No more lurking. I got to close off out of here. If you're on Instagram still, shame on you. You need to come to YouTube because it's lit over here. Okay, so coming over. Maybe I'll leave it for a few minutes, but you guys got to come because maybe some new people will come. All right. Now I'm trying to see if there's any more echo. Oh, Jay, you can unmute yourself. I'm so sorry. He's so patiently waiting for instructions. I love a good follower of instructions. All right, we're still sounding good. And
all right, how about now? Is it still echoing?
I don't
echo.
Hear an echo. Yay!
All right, I figured it out.
I told you he would figure it out. Okay, Justin, you can come back on.
Alrighty.
Yay! Okay, thank you. Because my attention level, I was like, I could not take it. Okay, so let's get into the first question. Oh, wait, what did I miss in the comments? It says you gotta pay Willie if you want to drop a dime on people. That is hilarious. Okay, so let's get back here. Okay, question number one. If you get married, do you want a prenup? Now, I'm gonna let the men who are on the panel answer first, and then the men in the comments, you can also answer. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you, Will. I love when people message me because I just will not notice. Good to have you, sir. Thank you for coming. But go ahead and message in the comments what your thoughts are for the gentleman in the comments. But who wants to go first of the guys and let us know, do you want a prenup and why? Yes or no, and why?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Of course, you got to get a prenup.
Okay.
You got to. Number one, I mean, think about this. Why do we get car insurance?
Okay.
Why do we have life insurance? So why not get a prenup? Because feelings change. Things change throughout a marriage and a relationship. So it's important to have some, just in case, some security, just in case things change.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate for you, even though I actually, now that I'm 44, I'm actually not opposed to a prenup. But devil's advocate, because you mentioned the car insurance thing, It is for accidents, and divorces are intentional. So if somebody decided to run their car, smash it into a wall, that I think would be more equivalent to that scenario. But I think the idea is somebody has to give up in order to have the divorce.
If I intentionally run my car into somebody, my insurance still covers it.
But what I'm saying is, he was saying, why, if we get all these other insurances, why would we not? Because I'm saying, for devil's advocate purposes, most of us are not going to get the insurance and then go, I'm going to intentionally, burn my house down or intentionally destroy my car.
I'm tracking, but how many of these divorces are accidental? People in what I'm saying? So again, if I have insurance, right, it's for accidents. But if I go crash my car intentionally into my ex-wife's car because I'm mad or whatever, they still pay for it. So the insurance is against the outcome, not the cause.
You get insurance for other drivers, not for yourself. I mean, I know I do. I don't get insurance because I plan on crashing into people. I get it to protect my assets and myself.
That's right. I mean, I just got into an accident recently.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I was protected and things are taken care of. So, you know what I'm saying? So,
and whose fault was
my insurance?
Not my fault. That's the funny part. It was the Miami drivers.
Exactly.
And we saw Derek, your neighbor. Good Lord.
Yeah. He knows exactly.
I was gonna say I need an insurance sponsor now, because brought to you by, and this would be the perfect segue.
Oh, and another thing, I want to add on to my point. And if you look at the data says that 56% of marriages end in divorce. So those are things that most men are, taking consideration. And honestly, this may jump off topic, but most men don't fear marriage; they just fear the court law.
And who files for most of the divorces statistically?
Mostly women.
We're gonna wait. Are we gonna go there? If we're gonna go there,
you asked the question.
I'm saying, if we're gonna throw that stat out there, then I gotta say this. By the way, guys, please do not hang out on Instagram. Look at the pinned comment. Please come to YouTube, because YouTube supports creators. So share your comments. I would love that, but do it on Instagram, please. I mean, on YouTube, please. So you brought up the statistic of females. Now, here's what I
didn't say who. I said the numbers speak for themselves.
The numbers speak for themselves. However, I think that the data needs to be explained. And this is why I say this. I have interviewed so many women, talked to many women, and I am also one of the statistics. And like most women, it is when they feel that their partner is past trying. And with most women, they are unable, and they're also not incentivized the way a man is incentivized. They are not able to compartmentalize and say, you know what, I'm just going to pretend like he's not here, and I'm going to go on about my life. There are a lot of men who will not file for divorce. I don't know why those are air quotation marks, because it's real. They won't file for divorce, but they will go out and act like they are single, aka have affairs. If they don't have affairs, they will neglect the wife. If she is asking to go to counseling, if she is asking for, can we step up the affection? Can we do this and that? A lot of the stories that I have heard are where the woman feels like, I've exhausted all my options. And most women who I know are devastated. It is the exception, which is why they become so viral in these videos. It's the exception when a woman goes, I just tired of my husband. Most women do not want to become single moms. And believe it or not, you don't get rich off of child support. I'm just saying, you don't get rich off of $500 a month. Who's more incentivized or gets more of a benefit from being divorced, the man or the woman? The woman is, and I spoke to that, the woman is incentivized. I wouldn't say she's incentivized to leave, because if she leaves, that's not a benefit. It helps her pain. I would say the man is incentivized to not get a divorce. To me, that's a better way of articulating it.
The key word you use is she feels like, right? So we are basing, again, you're leaving because of how you feel, right? And so she feels like he is doing something. That doesn't mean that's actual factual. That's how she feels.
A fact would be if she says, can we go to counseling? And he says, I refuse. I'm not going to talk to a stranger. That's a fact. If she
Now
says,
that is a fact.
I
But
want you to give me affection, and he says, no, I don't want to touch you, that's a fact.
right, but we can't really quantify that. So basically, we only can discuss things that are really quantifiable. And again, women are the ones that usually file, regardless
Okay.
of the reason.
Okay,
Right.
so then I'm
So
gonna
in that
okay.
case, I'm gonna go ahead and give to my answer since I'm already on the I got the mic. There's no reason why you wouldn't, because at the end of the day, if she wants to leave, I want to leave, it's simple. You leave out with what you came in and you split what you get together. It's not like, it doesn't have to be complicated, right? So for example, if I make more, she makes more, whoever makes more, it doesn't matter. Whatever you come in with, you leave with, and you split the middle. Why is prenup? So now, if you are a person that don't have anything, they're not gonna understand you trying to make a come up, maybe. But if you both have something going for yourself, I don't understand why that's even an issue. Like if you have a house and I have a trust fund, if you were divorced, you should not get something that I got before you, and I should not get something that you had before me. And whatever we acquire together, we split it down the middle and we go away. That's it. It's not complicated.
I don't disagree, and I will let someone, because I know I've been monopolizing this because I'm very passionate about this, so please excuse me. I don't disagree about the fairness of it. And I will say, I believe that most people who are making the more money, the one who's making the most, are typically the ones who are more incentivized to do that because it's a protection. But I will say this, going back to the example of saying the why doesn't matter. If you remember, back in the days of segregation, when people were trying to intermingle and all that, there were a lot of things, like on the show called there were a lot of things that people would do to scare and discourage people of color from living in their neighborhood. Somebody could take the stats and say how many people, how quickly do people move, or what's the turnover like in real estate. But if you think about it, if there is a reason why people are doing mass exoduses, I think that information is relevant. So to bring it back to the divorce thing, if a lot of women are expressing that, hey, the stuff he was doing in the beginning, he is not doing anymore, and I can't take this, I don't think that is something that should be dismissed. Okay, I promise I'm gonna shut up now and let someone else.
I'm sorry. One more thing to that, and I agree with that. But even if it's a 1% chance that can happen, why is it unreasonable for you to leave with what you came with and split it down the middle?
I don't think it's unreasonable.
I mean, that's not unreasonable. I can understand, and I think the only people that have problems with it is someone that has maybe, when they leave, they can't sustain what they got when they were with a person. That's what they are afraid of.
But imagine this. Let's say the guy wants her to be, this would be a what do you call it? An exception. If the man wanted her to be at home with the kids, which a lot of men do, they want the woman to be at home, be the primary caretaker of the children during the day. If that is the case, that is not fair to have that person have a prenup, or at least not have a pre-agreed upon severance package, because the man is going out and he's continuing to invest in himself and invest in his career. And if she's left her career behind, or she's not spending that time developing and getting real estate, background and all that stuff, she is going to be in a
Isn't that what child support is for? Not, instead of alimony, isn't that what? Well, no, I'm saying if it's a person that's able to take care of the child, the children, he's probably able to provide enough child support to pay children, because in general, you get 25% or more of someone's income. And if they make very good money, they will be okay. They're just going to have to work. They just can't be a stay-at-home anymore.
They would have to be very wealthy to be able to. So here's the thing. If you go out and try to get a job after being a homemaker for years, it is incredibly difficult. And I'm speaking from experience. I had my college degree, but I was 12 years out of the game. I literally had to take a job for $10 an hour. Even with support, I would not be able to pay rent. So it is not this glamorous. And my ex-husband was wealthy and he was generous with his support. It did not pay the bills. So I'm just saying, these women are not making, and I was the exception. I had a wealthy husband. These women are not coming out and just coming up. I'm living large. I got my little $1,000. That's not going to cut it.
So where does that 40% go for men that get divorced and have child support and so forth? So where does that money go if it doesn't go to the woman?
I didn't say it doesn't go. I said that she can't sustain that. If you said she would need to supplement it with a job, and I'm saying if she's been at home, she's not going to be able to get a career that
But a
supplements
lot of men that you can't really survive off of less than, if you're making 100,000, for example, right? And by the time the courts are done with you, basically your full-time job is 50,000, 50 or 60. So you've downgraded as well. So why would you put that at risk if you're a person that is the breadwinner? So I understand both sides, but from my perspective, there's no way and there's no possible scenario where I would not do it. No way. I have too much to
So
lose.
basically, if you're saying you recognize that you will be really screwed if you had to give up 40%.
I'm good at math. Yeah, I'm very good at math.
But the woman or whoever is the lesser, they are also going to be very screwed.
It depends on where if she's a person that already has something to offer, like she coming off the street, yeah, she got to go back to the street. But if she's already doing something, then it's like you split down the middle what you get together. So you're not going to be just ass out, for lack of a better word. So now if you working at Starbucks and I'm making $500,000, then yeah, you might have to go back to Starbucks. So, because what you're not going to do is live the same lifestyle we live together because you did not put in on it. That's not how that works.
So if she is working at Starbucks, and all the men say, I don't care if she works at Starbucks as long as she has a great personality, right? Exactly. They always go to the Walmart example.
I agree.
So let's say she works at Starbucks and now she's got kids to take care of. She's got a car payment. Because you're not having her take the bus. So now you've got her car, whatever. She's still got car payments, all these things. You don't want your kids living in a ghetto neighborhood. She's supposed to move to projects with your kid?
No, she's not. Number one, most likely if I'm making, and again, I'm using a ridiculous scenario. If I'm making $500,000, she's working at Starbucks, I'm buying the car anyway. So she already has the car. So that's not, paying for a car is not a concern. Paying for anywhere to live. And again, you're going to have alimony. So with that big chunk, 40% of 500 is a decent amount of money. So I think she's going to at least get 100,000 child support. I think she'll be okay. She can't live in a mansion, but I don't think she'll be back on the street. She'll be better off than where she came in. I can say that.
I think that if you actually look at the numbers of women who have received child support and or alimony, I think you will be shocked.
No, but it depends on the man, how much the man makes. I'm saying in a scenario when there's a big income disparity. I'm not saying that, if it's a dude that, making 30,000, I mean, of course it's not, because the child support check's going to be $75. So I get it. I'm saying I'm looking at more of, my circle, myself, and other people that have a little bit more to lose as opposed to someone that does, that's kind of even. Go ahead.
I interrupt this dialogue for a minute. Who has kids here?
I'm sorry.
Who has kids?
I have a kid.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
I thought he said I hate kids.
I'm done.
He said I have 8 kids. It's like
you said 8.
A lot of
you say hate or have?
Yeah, who has kids?
Who has
kids?
Yeah, everybody like
because I think that is very challenging.
Right. Everybody needs to get to answer the question too. Though.
Right, but it is very challenging when we start bringing up hypotheticals and they're generalized and they're factored in, and a lot of that stuff. No offense to anybody who was conversing, but a lot of that stuff didn't make any sense. And I'm just being
a fact that doesn't make sense.
So the fact that didn't make sense is, as a father, I can't speak for everybody here. I've had to pay alimony. I've had to pay child support. I've had to pay all that stuff. One of the beautiful things about me as a human, I'm not going to generalize, is that I had no problem starting over. You know what I mean? So that alimony, it hurt at first, but it didn't matter at the end of the day because that's what she wanted. If that was she wanted, I really went over top of that. So take what you desire and go on about your business. Would I believe in a prenup? I would say, as I'm older, yeah, I would say that's something to talk about. If it's something if I see that there's a very big disparity as far as our wages and our differences, and I'm too naive to see what I'm supposed to see, and folk are like, you might want to be careful. You might want to be careful. Number one, I ain't going to deal with the young lady. And number two, if I decided to ignore them, it would behoove me to get a prenup. you know, like it would behoove me. I have too much to lose as far as my brand and my name more than anything monetary out here. That's just my opinion. I ain't gonna be long winded about it.
All right, Derek and I monopolized the first couple minutes. I know y'all got
No,
something.
I'm putting myself on mute.
Look, I'm like, I said I was gonna be quiet, and I talked for 10 more minutes. Somebody.
I told you you're going over tonight. Let's just go in order on the panel so that way everybody knows who should go next. It'll make it so much a little more organized.
Can the women speak, or are we still on the men?
Oh, sorry. I did
I was
ask
hoping
the
y'all
guys
would.
to give their.
Okay,
their
I'm
vote.
waiting for
My
the
bad,
guys.
Amanda. My bad.
I'll wait till they finish.
Okay, so Jay said yes, he
Jay-
wants it. Jay and Derek said they would want a prenup. And Justin, what are you? What is your vote?
I would certainly want a prenup. I think even having the conversation will clue you up on the woman's maturity, experience, and you know what I'm saying? I think if there's any opposition, I think, you know, that would be a red flag to me personally. But definitely prenup for me.
Okay. And Willie?
I would never get into, I try to stay out of relationships, personal or business wise, where the other person on the other side is incentivized to screw me over or leave. So I'm not ever going to get married or even have a serious relationship without paperwork in place. You know, at the end of the day, everything that a woman brings to a relationship, she leaves with sans her time. Everything I bring to a relationship, I don't leave with my money and my time. So if things go wrong, I'm going to protect myself from that, given, you know, the path that I've been on and how hard I've worked to get to where I am. It would be foolhardy for me to be willing to gamble half of my net worth on the odds that this woman will love me forever, let alone like me.
Facts.
All right, we got one more person to vote. Go ahead, Will.
You talking about me?
Yes, for the.
Oh, I already said I would get a prenup, definitely.
Oh, my apologies. My
At
apologies.
least not just like not definitely, but that conversation needs to be had.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Ladies, feel free to chime in.
Amanda, go ahead, Amanda.
Okay,
Because I know Amanda.
Woo,
Yeah, Amanda.
child.
Like she had so much.
Okay,
Her veins
so
started
I'm
popping
going
out.
in
That
order.
vein was coming out. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go in order. I am a single mother. Have been the whole 13 years of my son's life. His father is on child support, but that is crumbs. Because I've been good on the money department, so I didn't have that to worry about. So the biggest thing that I had a concern with, and I always had a concern with a lot of guys that say, or they're not getting married because they don't want to pay 50-50. But I thought, you know, most men don't even have that much money to even really, to me, to be that concerned over giving up so much. Okay, but I'm gonna leave that alone. That's for another day. The other part of the conversation was the prenup. I do believe in getting a prenup for myself. I work so hard for the stuff that I earned. I just really don't want to give it up. So like this house that I bought, it's for my son. If something happened to me, I don't want nobody to take it away from him. I don't know. People change. You know, I do believe in the covenant of marriage. I don't want to get a divorce, but I've seen it so many times, even with Christian people, other people, it just go way left and it get real terrible. Men, women, I just don't want. I'm just, you know, hoping for the best, prepare for the worst type of person.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the whole I just got a little caught up in the whole, you know, women, the alimony and all this other stuff like that. I think people need to stop looking at social media and the celebrities and pertaining it to them because they don't make nowhere near what they making. Because
Words out my mouth.
yeah, because
Not a dime over it. Like
yeah,
you better tell the truth on that.
and then you saying 40, but then that means the 60% the woman has to cover. Like I cover 60% of my son's needs and everything like that. And I think a lot of times people forget that it's not about the relationship, it is about your children. Don't you want your children to be at a good place? Because you're gonna spend way more than that if you were in a household with them. So I just never understood what is the harm in paying that particular child support. Because what I get from my son now that he's 13, he get a couple of pair of shoes. It does go to him, but it's definitely not enough. How these guys be talking about, oh yeah, she take trips and she doing all this. $500.
Okay.
Groceries in a week for a 13-year-old. My son, what, 5'8", 5'9", 13. His shoes is a gazillion dollars. It just doesn't add up. So when I'm hearing like, oh, 40%, 40% is nothing for majority, because everyone talk about is only 1% of guys that make their money. And what is
now, don't say nothing.
Well,
it's not the majority. We're not gonna let you sit there and keep diminishing.
Nothing, but
Listen,
I'm just saying. But y'all make the women feel like it's a majority. You say women are incentivized by divorce.
Like, ooh, let me turn up and have a little.
Yeah, and that's the part. That's the part that got a little afflicted for me too. It was just like I had to ask, like, who had kids or who's been married before, because you realize real early, you get hit with that divorce bug, nobody wins.
Right, nobody wins.
End of the day.
I'll say this: that if women were able to get the type of man they wanted, that high earning, high achieving guy, this conversation would be different. Because every one of those women would have a man that could pay them the type of child support they could actually use. But excuse me, since they can't, and they've had children by men who aren't high earning, aren't the high achievers, aren't the ideal men that they want, then the conversation is, well, I'm gonna get $200 a month, so I'm not going to Bali on that, or I'm only getting $225 a month, and that goes towards school clothes and stuff. So I mean, if the conversation is gonna be had, like, let's just make sure that we understand why the conversation tends to go that way. Because again, no one is saying that men, or we think that child support is the end all be all. The average man only pays $280 in child support, but those also tend to be the men that women swear they don't want. So for them to keep having kids around and then kind of have the conversation like, oh, well, child support ain't nothing, or we don't do nothing with child support, or I'm not getting enough in child support. I mean, well, you knew that man wasn't making money when you was pregnant, mom.
Exactly.
But y'all the same ones that saying that because I'm not gonna settle, but y'all saying it's not that many men out there who is making all this money. So
but there are some that have to protect
that doesn't mean that you settle on a baby.
Yeah,
is what we're saying ultimately. And it's not to say that you would do that again, but we all are young. Like I got 4 kids. I take care of my children, but I understand the struggle of making piss poor decisions. It's time to talk about some of the piss poor decisions.
Well, first of all, because he's going left, me and my son's father met in college. He's an engineer, all the stuff like that, works for Delta and all, Southwest. But my point is, I'm just saying, it's just kind of, it's just like it flip flops. 1 minute is, okay, get your average guy and stuff like that. And then now it's like, okay, well, hypothetically, if you get a wealthy guy like y'all want, but what is the realistic part of it? The realistic thing is a lot of the men aren't making enough for women to have. So I mean, just what you call that word? Leech off of your money. Like be real. Like I just don't.
I don't think the men that are saying that though are the guys that don't have money. I mean, because y'all are real quick.
I do think so. Well, not y'all, but
we are real quick too to tell men like, bro, what you worried about protecting? You don't have nothing. Like so men get it from both sides. So it's not. I don't see too many men being like, oh, well, she's trying to use me for my child support, because men will tell you, bro, you get that girl $380. That's 3 dates in a weekend. That's 3 dates. It's like Starbucks dates and a movie date.
That's 2 pairs of Jordans.
Easy. So it's not. I don't think that we're the ones doing that. And when we tell y'all like it's not a lot of men, it's because a lot of women tend to think that there's enough of us to go around, and it's not. It's just mathematically improbable. So that circumstance, when you see men saying that, when you see men saying get someone average, and this is just me being honest, I don't say that to women, but when a man tells you that, you need to do some average, he's telling you that you're not worth the type of man that you actually want.
Well,
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. I agree upon a prenup and things like that. I do agree. But the alimony and the child support part, like women are incentivized for the divorce. And my last point is with the I've never been married, but I will get married one day.
let's
But
get you married, girl.
yeah, but the point is that I've noticed about a lot of married women who got divorced and they left because the men checked out of the relationship and they weren't leaving. And they'll be cheating on a woman, they'll be doing all this stuff on that woman. They will not leave them. Even though they may not be, the men might not be happy in the relationship for whatever reason, they won't leave. And so I don't know why men say, like, okay, yeah, 50% of the women leave, and I don't know and why it doesn't matter. Why it does matter. So why are they leaving? Like, you just supposed to sit there, let them abuse you, cheat
And
on
it's
you.
devastating for most women.
We can't assume either one of those things happen because
we can't assume the
look at
majority of those
why
things
divorces
exist.
are filed. And the reason why divorces are filed, those reasons are, as my man said, quantifiable. Because there's only, you're saying, so many no fault states and there's some at fault states. So you can look and see why women are leaving. And then when these larger bodies like Harvard, U.S. Labor Bureau, U.S. Census Bureau of Statistics, when those guys do these polls, they ask women, and then these women tell them, and they're telling them what you're saying is not how it goes.
And
women are choosing to leave marriages because of how they feel a lot of the time. They don't feel like their husband respects them. They don't feel like their husband loves them. They don't feel like their husband is trying enough. But like when Yonci says she's talked to these people, she's only got that woman's side. If you go ask a man why he started changing on with his woman, he'll tell you, but it's only one-sided when you go to those. So women aren't leaving.
I mean, I get it, but at the same time, you're supposed to,
in the comments.
So you supposed to say, if you're not happy in a situation, would you supposed to wait it out and see if things gonna change and nobody put it in?
No, you put in the work. Supposed to do the work. Put in the work.
I'm not saying that at all.
Exactly, but if the man, like,
not what I'm saying.
No, it's not. It's hard to say exactly and then say but. You have to acknowledge the fact that you have to put in work. Now, what type of work you're putting in is very different. If you understand that that man is ground zero, and you know you can't lift him, you can't uplift him, he don't want to be lifted up, I get what you're saying. Bye. Do what you got to do. Any man would do that to the woman that, you know what I mean, is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. But the reality is that a lot of my experiences is that women believe that their love can change who I am and make me become what they want. And as a result, they are dissatisfied at the fact that I'm not going to change to who they want me to be.
I'm going to add this point really quick because the coach in me is just going crazy. This is why it is so important that when I teach women, it's not about getting a man. Right. It is about getting a man who loves and adores you. Because Willie, I don't disagree with you that it's based on a woman's feelings. Right. However, I feel that a lot of times her feelings are valid because a woman needs, not once, she needs to feel loved. She needs to feel loved the way a man needs to feel respected. And if she doesn't feel loved, she doesn't feel safe. She's not able to be in her feminine space. And she will oftentimes physically have manifestations that happen. She can start having anxiety. She can start having a nervous breakdown. She can mentally. I visited a psych center, and every single woman in the psych center was diagnosed as having bipolar disorder. The reason why I'm doing air quotation marks on this one is because there are some people who have a neurological thing, wires are misfiring. Other people had a stimuli, and boom, magically they have bipolar disorder. These people were all in either abusive relationships, in relationships where they were stressed out, and their bodies were starting to break down. And I've way more experience in this than I wish I did. I like to talk about certain hypotheticals, and I think we do have to segment in order for a conversation to talk about a hypothetical. So in the hypothetical that the woman loves and is devoted on this man, and she's cooking, she's cleaning, she's doing all these things. She's not perfect, but she wants to go to counseling. She wants to figure it out, and he refuses to go. Those are the scenarios that I think are unfortunate, and those are the only scenarios that I hear about. I have had people take that back. I've had a client who wanted to leave for a frivolous reason, and I encouraged her to stay. So I take that back. I have heard one woman. But the majority of women are utterly devastated. It is a scarlet letter for them to be divorced. The idea of having to raise the kid by themselves is terrible. They are worried that if they remarry, the next man will just say, I don't know what words we could say to you two, but do inappropriate things with the child. The statistics are high. They are worried about not being safe. When you're alone, you're not as safe as with the guy. There are so many disincentives to be single when a mother. A lot of guys don't want to deal with the baby's father. The list could go on and on and on. So all I'm saying is, for a lot of women, they never ever wanted to get a divorce. But as the coach, you have to look for those signs when you're dating, that if you express something is wrong or you express that you need something, he makes adjustments, and then obviously vice versa. So, all right, so I had to get that out of my chest. Oh yes, I'm sorry. Welcome to the show, Kyle. Welcome to the show, Mont.
What's up? Yeah, I've seen, I would say, a little bit of something different as of late. Now, I will say this is because so for those who might not know me, but I do marriage counseling for, premarital and postmarital counseling. I'm certified through Prepare and Enrich. What I've started to see from, especially in Black couples over the age of 35 to about 50, I would say is the reverse. What I've learned, and it's still keying in on what you said, that part of being loved, really what the issue is being prioritized. Like their husband prioritizing them, seeing, like having vision for them, like wanting to support their goals, their desires, because what has happened is they have started to lose themselves kind of in their 30s, that late 20s to 30s, when they started to have kids. They became somebody's mama. They became somebody's, wife. You know what I mean? Like they started to prioritize their children and other people. And by the time they hit 35, maybe 40, their kids are starting to get a little older, right? They're starting to see themselves and kind of question who they are. And to be honest, it is when you're having an identity crisis, unfortunately, you start to project. And oftentimes that happens at the expense of those who are closest to you, those who you feel like should have never allowed you to lose yourself, never allowed you to not be prioritized, right? And so they start looking at their husbands like, man, like, you've done this, you've done that, and I'm seeing a lot of women leave their families, their husband and their children, not saying their children like leaving them, but I'm saying leave the stability of the home based off of going to find themselves in their 40s and 50s.
Ooh. Yeah, there was a lady, and this was a movie, but she said she wanted to leave, and I think she said that she's like, I just need to be myself. I saw a separate movie where the girl was like, I gotta choose me. And I'm like, why are you in a marriage then? Because there's a lot of selflessness required in marriage.
Didn't Julia Roberts have a movie like that? What was it
Yes,
called?
she also had one.
Oh my God. No, it wasn't
Where
that.
she was the teacher, I think.
That's a common movie thing for Hollywood. A woman deciding she wants to find herself and venture out and become a boss or become like, admirable woman, and that's common. It's like one of the tropes that
Eat, Pray, Love. That's what it's called.
Yeah, Eat, Pray, Love. I read the book. Yeah. So Yonci, I don't know if you teach this, but what I've seen with a lot of women, and I'm gonna say this, a lot of women pretend in the beginning. They don't really be themselves. They up here, they try to be everything.
Pick me.
Yeah, I don't want to say pick me because that's the stigma, but they be a pick me. They're not themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not themselves. They're doing everything that society want them to do, and they're not really happy, but they're doing whatever it is to do to get a man. So what happens is you can't hide who you are for too long.
Facts. And
then you up here, instead of knowing what makes you happy, you going off trying to, your happiness depend on this man. He start acting up. Now you lost.
I wouldn't say all the time he's acting up. I would say you've created an environment where he feels like he's the one that's prioritized.
Right.
If you're married and in a relationship, he's still business as usual, focusing on himself, focusing on his goals, focusing on getting money, focusing on doing whatever, and you're being left behind. But that is the temperature and the culture you've created for the relationship. And then the man, once you actually do say something, he feel like, well, what happened? Like this?
Yes.
You're doing this.
So what
is the problem? Yeah.
What I will say is there's some family members that will push you into when you get married, when you're gonna have some kids, when I want some grandbabies. What you doing with your life? Why are you still single? And I know a couple of females. I caught the bouquet at the last one, and everything is my husband, my husband, my husband. She married him because her parents pretty much pushed her.
Yeah.
He hit her with the, hey, I'm about to get evicted. Can I move into your single family home with you? She allowed him to move in. She still had her 2 jobs. He's a gambler. He showed up to the marriage with $10,000 in tax debt. He showed up with bad habits. He also showed up with some kids and she didn't have any. Wow. So she told him moving in, listen, you move into my house, my family gonna be looking for an engagement within a year. They got married 13 months later.
Oh, that's her fault.
It's not her fault. It's what she wanted.
She chose
it's what she wanted. That's what she wanted. She wanted to be married because her family kept telling her when you get married.
But that's why I say it's her
her
fault.
siblings were married. She was the only one that was not.
And she married a dude that came into the debt, damn near homeless, a bum, and with other kids. Like, and she chose to marry him. That's her fault.
And she used him as a project. She helped him pay off that $10,000 in debt. But now she got her permanent +1 to take all these trips with. She got her dude for Facebook. Hey guys, my husband did this.
A lot of women do that.
When we're going out to happy hour, I'm listening to you complain for 2 hours how petty he is. So he did this, he did that. He's getting caught in lies. She thinking he gone to work. He at the casino.
I feel like
he at the casino debt free.
I'm with you, Willie, on that.
I don't understand. Like, what?
That's not the family fault. That's her fault.
I wouldn't even tell nobody I had a friend that was that silly. Like, that's her fault.
Would you agree with Willie? He go to the
that's crazy. That's like me saying, oh, I moved a girl in who was homeless, was almost a bum with 3 other dudes' kids, and then had $10,000 in debt, and now I'm mad because I gotta pay stuff. Like, that's crazy.
Yes.
Like, I knew you was a bum when I met you.
That's a little.
But that's what she wanted. So she got exactly what she wanted.
I mean,
again, I'm like her. I got a job. I got a house. I got my own everything. I take trips. I do all the things. But no, I'm not moving somebody in. I wouldn't even feel comfortable moving somebody in my house. Hey,
I don't think a man can ever move into one's house. Listen, if she's not complaining,
let's go get a place together.
Hey, if she's not complaining and she knew what she was getting beforehand and she entered that space, and if she's enjoying the trips and doing all those things, and she letting him know that she gonna continue to support his debt and allow him to keep gambling, then that's their marriage, man. That's their marriage. Some people, that's what you signing up for. I've seen women that are working professionals, like women who just like, man, I'm getting to an age where I don't want to be alone. They're making a lot of money, and so they have basically told guys like, hey, I want you to come live with me. You don't have to worry about nothing. You can work. You don't have to work, whatever. But I just need you to be here. I don't want to go to sleep alone. Like, you know what I mean? And so sometimes like that's what you desire. And maybe your desires change as you get older. Your standards.
City Boy is up 9,000 because wow, he get a lick.
You guys, we're going to go on to the next topic, but I want to say welcome. We have Kevin who just joined us. Nice to have you, sir. Good to see you.
Yonci, what was the overall sentiment about the prenup thing?
Thank you for saying that, because actually I wanted to share that. So on the panel, I think all the guys said they would want it. In the group, they out of 44 votes, 28 said yes. A lot of them were hell yeses. And then the rest were not all no's. Some of them were like, I don't know, I'm not sure, depending on the woman, But then a lot of guys said no, like, I'm marrying for love. I don't need that. All those answers and all the comments are posted, you guys, on Patreon. So if you guys want to get all the juicy details, you can go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and get the next question up. Sorry, guys. All right, and let's see. Ooh, y'all, I'm learning about little stuff. I'm so excited. Somebody let me know where we are on likes, please, and I can see.
Hold on, let me snitch real quick.
Please, y'all, if you're new here,
Hey, we got 5 likes. Y'all are tripping. It's like 639,810 people in here, and we only got 5 funky ass likes. Stop being selfish. Click the like button, like and subscribe.
That's wait, did you really say 6?
I'm not playing. I'm looking. It's 5.
We got 14 likes. You got 16 likes. Stop.
Let me refresh my screen real quick.
It's 16.
Derek was saying 6 too. Yeah.
My bad. Still, that's not enough. It's like 80
yeah, that's
people
still a very low percent. Y'all, this is not for me. Okay, I see 18. I just realized I could do it in my studio.
They like it now. Yeah, they like it now.
Okay, cool. This lets YouTube know, you guys, if this show is not successful, it will not stick around. So the only way you guys need to support is through like. Now, I mean, I'm not going to stop if you want to send a super chat in or Zelle or Venmo, but I'm just saying if it doesn't do well on YouTube, we will not be going through all of this. So let YouTube know that you're liking that. Because we shamed him. Let him know that you're liking the show, and you let YouTube know by clicking that like button. Okay. Let me look at these comments really quick. Okay. Oh man, we're back to a little bit of an echo for a second. Okay, I think it's gone. Okay, so let me mark this again. Okay, could you date a woman your close friend had slept with? Before I forget, I'm going to read the answers because I almost forgot last time. So thank you very much, Mont. Y'all shaking your head. Oh, the poll. I have a graphic. Sorry, guys. Like all excited. I got my little graphic. Right. Let's see here. There we go. Okay.
19% is trash.
Absolutely not.
Also, Yonci, can you clarify your idea of date?
Hell nah.
Clarify what?
Clarify your idea of date.
Yeah.
Oh, idea. They went together. Like they were. Well, actually, I was going to say. So dating just means like they had a romantic history. So whether they actually physically got hooked up, like at some point there was romance and they were trying to see where it could go.
So what I'm asking, are you saying that if my homie had sexual relations with a woman, am I willing to also have a romantic relationship with her? Basically. Or am I willing to have something deeper than just a physical relationship?
Actually date her. So
no.
Yeah, and I guess in my mind it would be like that was his girlfriend at one point, and now it's going to be your girlfriend.
No.
Absolutely.
No way.
So, and as you can see, it says date, okay, not smash. So hopefully the guys who put that, I just think it's weird.
Very weird.
It's very weird from the sense of like, let's really think this through. If that is your ex, and why the screen's moving? If that is your ex, but we're still friends. Now, like I'm bringing my person around, like Lynette's my girl and she used to date this guy and now I'm dating this guy and now Lynette's still around. Like that's
disgusting. It's nasty.
That's like an
we're going to be comparing hits.
That's what
we're going to do.
Oh, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. That's like an unspoken rule in the bro code world. Like you don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's just weird.
Did you guys watch that show? I think it was The Love Is Blind, where the person somehow had a history with one of the contestants on there, but all the girls are backstage, and she was like, "Oh yeah," and he likes this, and he does this, and she's giving all the tea, and it was just like it was so cringy, and the girl was just like, "Can you let me learn for myself?" What do you like? Oh, his favorite liquor is that? Like that's too much.
Yeah, I don't. I'm down. I grew up in an era where you don't touch something that your homies, your cousin, your aunt don't touch. I don't care if you date, you kiss, you get tapped on the head. I stay away from anybody who have touched my homegirl, my homeboy, my cousin, because you done discussed some of the things with me. So why would I want to go? No.
But I'll be honest, there are stories. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
There are what?
Go ahead.
So there are stories. This is anecdotal evidence.
Oh, he said sorority.
Anecdotal. This is anecdotal. So I've seen situations where, I've messed with 2 sisters and 2 girlfriends and stuff like that before.
Thank you.
I've had that happen quite often. That happens more. Just
like
my experience.
Like at the same time, do you mean? Or
no,
like you do one
two separate times. So it was twin sisters. I did some with one of them, and I told her about it. The other one found out and wanted
What you
to try
clapping for, Willie?
He just said he hit twin sisters. That's like a grail thing for.
Oh my God!
That's what I'm clapping for. Like,
sorry, that was a little too much.
I thought that was a video playing of his encounter. I was like, I just heard.
Oh my gosh! Come on.
But I was gonna say, did they know about it and they were okay with it? But wow, that's different.
Yeah, it was
common though for women to do that, especially if a dude is like, if he's that kind of guy, like girl, no disrespect to the ladies.
What kind of women?
What kind of women are y'all messing with?
If the girl says, "Oh, I heard you," I want to turn.
Women talk, and then y'all. Not again. When I say y'all, I'm just talking generally speaking. Y'all are terrible friends anyway, for the most part. So if you telling your girlfriend what your dude is doing for you, and then you mess up somehow, and he a free agent,
he's gonna go for it.
I tell you, it don't matter. I got a 10-year best friend and a 17-year best friend, and both of them have tried me after I got divorced because they saw what I was doing, and they was like, "Well, ain't nobody else doing this, and at least we have some sort of history." Hey, come to my birthday party. Oh, I come to the birthday party. Oh, we going to Jamaica. You want to come with us? So it's different for men though, because for us, we're marking our territory. If me and Mont is saying boys from high school went to college together, and he hit somebody in college, I'm not gonna hit her when we're 30 years old.
I don't agree.
He not lying.
I don't agree.
I'm talking about like they were dating. Like that's a girlfriend.
No, date. I agree. Yeah. I think it changes when it's a sexual encounter. Like I think for men.
I'm not fucking behind none of my homeboys. That's gross.
Yeah, but I think it's more common. I think it's more common for men.
I disagree.
To be willing to have sex with somebody they boy has sex with versus being in a relationship. You're not gonna make her your lady. Once that's been crossed, kiss, sex, any of that, it's over. Like that. They might as well. However, women would be like I've seen more often where women are willing to actually take into consideration actually being with the person
like
that
me
was
and
their friend.
For example, say me and my best friends, and we both have kids, and we both got the children with me. The when we have children by are both bad. His baby mama is off limits to me forever. She's off limits to men I know. She's off limits to men I see her with that I don't know because that's my homeboy's baby mama. Period.
Yeah, but that's almost like, to be honest though, because men, we see things a little bit different. Like that can become a safety issue. Like for men, it's a form of respect. Like, hey, bro, like you don't do that. You know what I mean? Like
we don't do that out of respect.
Out of respect. It's a respect issue.
It's happening a lot.
There are women who love Yonci to death that if they saw her ex-husband or her dude on the right day and they broke up, they will try.
Yonci to that face. She said,
"Look,
what?"
No, because you know what it made me think about? I remember, so when I finally put my guy, which I said I would never, but he had a conversation about it. And he's like, and bless his heart, he was so proud to be with me. I was like, okay. But I found it strange that so many women from my page suddenly felt the need to follow him. So I was like, that's not sleeping with, but it's like, to me, I'm like, if I, I'm following somebody and I find they're a significant other, I don't feel the need to go follow that person, especially
that part.
Honestly, they don't care.
I'm
an ex-football player. So I've been in those circumstances many times where a girl will hear, "Oh, how you do this? Oh, I want to try," kind of thing. "Oh, I want to see this. I want to see that." And they all talk, so it gets around. So my brother with a jersey that's exactly what I'm talking about, like on the same page. Yeah.
No, honestly, can I say something real quick? Look, so here's my perspective, right? You got some guys that you grew up with, right? And say you might have smashed one joint and the other one smashed the other joint, right?
Yeah.
I think that it depends on the situation, because it might be a situation where you talk to your man and be like, "Look, man, I ain't worried about you messing with that," But if it was something serious and sentimental, strong relationship,
right?
That's when it's a real respect thing. But if your man weren't worried about that chick, what I'm saying, and you do your thing, it ain't really that big of a problem.
We refer women to our boys now. We won't say we don't do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, like, hey, listen, dog. You know what I'm saying? Again, I ain't met none of y'all in real life, right? You know what I'm saying? My man, you know what I'm saying, football player. We out and he like see somebody he want to talk to. I'm like, bro, I'm telling you, It's magical.
You
Like
didn't
we will
look in
do
the playbook.
Oh my God.
That's what we do. We try it
about
out.
our ex-girlfriend or our baby mama or somebody we was like
But no,
really with.
but no man is gonna take her serious though. That's the
Not at
issue.
all.
Exactly.
We
Like,
know
if
that.
your man done been with that, you're not being taken serious.
You're not
Like,
wifey material at that point.
You're not wifey material. You're going into a box of somebody I can mess with, play with, those things. But
You
you're
just
not
made
going
us Eskimo brother. So now
Yeah.
me and my man got something else in common. That we, you know what I'm saying? We from the same hood,
You know-
and we did the same girl.
Hey, you know what brings brothers together though? When we find out that we smashed the same girl. That happens.
Y'all are great. Like Tiffany was great.
You hit that too? Oh, I hit that.
Word.
When you hit that, and we just
I'm quiet because my uncles.
Oh
talk
my
like this.
bro,
Like,
how you know
they
Chelsea?
correct. They are.
How you know her?
Terrible.
That's real.
What's funny is dudes don't say it. They just say, how you know her? How you know her? How you know her? How you know her?
You know her.
And we don't
And that
say
chick
that.
is usually a thought. You know, that chick is usually a thought.
Wait a
That's
minute,
crazy.
y'all. You got to give a little bit of the guy code to this. Okay, those little T ladies.
They giving us some game. I'm loving it.
When a
I'm
dude,
listening because they're not wrong though. I
They're
had
not wrong at
that
all.
with my
They're not
ex-boyfriend.
wrong.
Like so, I
when a guy takes a
That's
woman
weird.
out, and let's say he takes her to a restaurant, takes her to a lounge or whatever,
Woo.
and his boys go,
Same girl.
I'm going
they
home.
have a look. They
Immediately.
have a look, and he said immediately, "I'm good. I'm good."
Yeah.
Like, if she even smells like she has had any frequent flyer miles, even if it's not his boys, the fact that everyone goes, "Oh, Tiff,
You know
like,
her.
he good."
But my
No
thing is,
dude
why
puts
you
that on
playing
his arm.
frequently within the group? If I'm with you or I'm dating you, I'm going to get to know your circle. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna
Yeah.
find out where you hang out, what you're doing, who's your circle, whatever. So that way I know not to go in that circle. Women know the circle and still fly in the circle.
Yeah.
But
Why?
there are some women though who have gone in the outer circle. That's not his immediate circle. And I'm telling you, they say women talk, men talk.
Men talk.
Oh,
They
yeah.
put the feelers out there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like, oh, I know a dude who was with her. Oh yeah, I know two dudes.
Yeah.
Who was with her. And they start collecting data, and they like, oh, we cool.
Right.
I keep using that name.
I have 5 really close friends, and we all do really, really well for ourselves. If I meet someone and she's friends with one of my boys, I'm talking about just follows him on Instagram. If she's friends with one of them, she still got a shot. If she's friends with 2, I'm fixing to ask. I'm in the group chat like, bro, how you know? If she's friends with 3 or more, one of them hit her. And that is the type of turnover that this group of men has. So when we go out somewhere, if I went to a club and brought a girl and my boys was like, oh, hey, and they know her name and stuff already, they familiar, it's immediately over.
He said
immediately.
But you can't do that though, because
Yes, he can. Why can't he?
this is why I'm saying this. This is why I'm saying
They
this.
could work together. They could have went to school together. You gotta.
They could have been
info.
doing parties together. They could have been doing a lot of stuff together.
My friends are snipers and they knocking stuff down. So I'm not.
Oh, that's why he's saying that.
That's my point. Like,
You know they hold. You know they hold us on that.
and not having hit one of them is I'm gonna go buy a lottery ticket. Like that's how sure I am because of my partners. I'm not risking it because now my boys are gonna tell me. But then, like, say if it's not one of my boys, but we go to a bar and you know everybody that's at all the locals, that's weird to me. Or you go to a club and you know all the security guards. Like, security guards, absolutely not.
You can't
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I would respect mine before you say it. Please hold your thought. I gotta say this because I know time, and it's so funny. Willie freaking called it out. I mean, we weren't even 5 minutes in. This show is absolutely going over, and normally what we do is we rush through everything to try to keep within the 2 hours, and then we got the extra time. What I'm going to do this time is I had a bunch of people message me today saying these topics are lit this week, and clearly you can see we have a lot of panelists. We got 2 people backstage still. If you guys want to do an extension, I'm going to open it up now because otherwise I'm going to cut so we can get all the questions and get to the submitted question and get to the single feature. If you guys, you know the drill. If you want to extend it, it's $1 a minute. So I'm going to put my Cash App information and my Zelle in there. If you guys want to send something, you can do that. But otherwise, I'm going to keep schedule, and we're gonna move through. We're gonna move through on the show. So go ahead, Mont.
You ain't gotta tell me twice.
Oh my God, Willie!
What I was
Willie, what you put in there?
Huh?
We did a 12 midnight.
We got another hour.
I'm telling you this right now. I don't give a damn about that feature single. I ain't paying for that.
You're wrong for that.
Wait a minute.
He is wrong for that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Further the conversation, not love. But now, if the single go well, I will usually do my thing and pay for the first date. Like, I'll do that still, but like, I'm not paying to talk to you, interview niggas. I'm not doing that.
You know, but
Willie is.
But y'all already know how Willie is.
Right. Speaking of singles, you guys stick around to the end because I'm going to reveal the photo. I had someone message me today. If you guys are following me on Instagram, you already know. Willie, you are not reading the private chat. You are fired.
Oh,
yeah. What was I gonna say? I had someone reach out to me. She was in my group coaching program last year, and she said, "Yonci, I am so excited." She said, "I was in your class last year. I met someone, fell in love, and he just proposed." So I'm gonna share the picture at the end. Y'all, literally, this is what I do this for. I want everyone to have a taste of what I'm experiencing right now. Like, I love love. So I'm going to show you guys the pictures at the end during the announcements. But Mont, I'm going to pass the mic back to you because you're about to start talking.
Hey, what would you do if you post this picture and all 5 of us know already?
That would be. And her name's Tiffany. No, I'm just playing.
Tiffany is a stripper name. I'm not doing it. So you good.
It's terrible. Okay, Mont, do you remember?
I was gonna say, I don't know the woman's name. The one right on top of me. What's her name?
Oh, Lynette.
Lynette. Lynette. So, like, you were saying that he can't do that, but you got to understand, like, when it comes to men, like, once we put you in the category, we put you in the category. Now, we can be wrong. We're not saying that we're right every time, right? We can be wrong. I might be right 90% of the time, 95% of the time. There's always a little bit of room that, like, you might not be that type of girl. It don't matter. Like, if a girl works in a club in almost any capacity, there's probably like 1 or 2 jobs inside of a club that you can work and you probably won't be touched by everybody. But like most girls, if they've worked in a club, they've touched the security guard, they've touched the promoter, they've touched 1, 2, 3 guys that walked in, right? Most of them are not unscathed. Oh my God, don't let me tell you about the owners. They be knocking stuff down. Like, the owners be knocking stuff down.
They try to use their little
don't go in the club and she hugging the security guard, she hugging the promoter, she walking behind a bar pouring herself a drink. Like, she way too acquainted inside of there. Like,
and even if she's not sleeping with them, no one likes that type of girl that's in every dude's face. Like, I had to explain to women. Men will say, "Why are you smiling all in men's faces?" Because a lot of people are innocent because they don't know, and they're friendly, not realizing that is a green light to a man. If you in his face and you're smiling and you're making small talk, that is a green light to move forward in his mind, whether you know the code or not. So if you're with the dude, you don't need to be asking how his day is. You don't need to be knowing what his shift is. Get your drink and move on. You don't need to be pleasant.
And so many women feel like they the one, like, so many girls think they the sneaky one. Like, they just, like, you happen to be the one who can say, "Oh no, I'm not like that." Like, they think they so different from everybody else. They don't realize how all of these characteristics line up, and then most of the time you get the same answer, right? Like, you just get the same answer most of the time. So like, "Oh no, I should be able to do this, and I'm not that type of girl," even though I know everybody inside the club. Whatever.
Don't let 4 of my homeboys know you think I'm about to take you out on dates and trips. Absolutely not. We're not raising the bar when you get to me.
So what if they well, I know your homeboys are snipers, but what if they just wanted to holler at her and she just told them no, and just like,
they're gonna tell me that. They're not gonna lie to me like they hit it. Like, if they was like, "Bro, I tried to talk to her, it never went nowhere," or "I shot my shot," that's cool. But like, once she's been conquered, it's a wrap.
Okay.
Like, you think the only thing that gets rediscovered twice is America. Like with Indians and Christopher Columbus. You're not doing that with women.
What?
My whole thing is I'm not gonna smash somebody after my man smash. You know what I'm saying? That's just for me. That's off limits.
Funny.
You said you're not
I can't
gonna
smash after my man smash.
Like that's crazy to even the idea. Like for that 18% that said it, and Yonci, you know one of the dudes that said it, he be on his panel. Like that entire 18% is trash.
Now, why
Like,
you getting to talk about that man like that?
I said it to his face on the post. But it's the men's group, so you didn't get to see it. But like,
yeah, we can't see it, man.
I don't even want to see that.
The idea that somebody is cool with being like, "Hey, my man hit, so now I'm gonna try and hit too," and those dudes are the kind of try to backdoor you. They're the ones that are gonna go tell you, you know, when he said he was at the house playing Madden, he was really had a session at the strip club.
Absolutely.
Or you know, he's still messing with his baby mama when he go drop the kids off. Those that 18%, that's those type of niggas.
Yeah.
So I have no respect for nobody in 18%. And what I'll tell you is that I was able to prove on the post is that every man who said he would is one, not a woman, not a type of dude that y'all want to date in the first place, not the type of guy that has an abundance mindset when it comes to women's access or vagina, or three, not the type of dudes who had daddies. So we went through the whole gamut. So that 18% to me is trash.
Same. I agree.
I agree. Look, we're not even a part of it. We agree.
And honestly, it's a certain type of girl that everybody know. Your homie don't care. He don't give a damn about her, right? It's a certain type of girl, but then there's levels to it where you can obviously know, like, I don't touch her. I'm not going to fool around with that one. But it's like a certain type of girl that's like, I'm not even thinking about. You already know you got the green light, like, because we already had conversations like that. So.
And she knows that that's your homeboy, right? So as a woman, why would you even put yourself in that place to be like, okay, I spoke to Willie, but now I'm talking to Monte? Like, no.
They looking for love, girl. So, they looking for love. They desperate.
Right.
It depends on the type of guy you are.
Yeah,
it depends
like
on the type of guy you and your homies are.
Like if you don't together, I mean, the women, they like, well, shit, we're not gonna leave this man out here by himself. You saying running around the road and not taking care of nobody.
Yeah.
So me, or you're saying for like you're saying, my man in the top left, right? He go in the club and there's two girls in here and he done hit both of them, and it's the third girl he dated, right? And she in there with her friend. Her friend got 3 points of reference that say, hey, he handles his business at home. He's a good man, you know, and knowing that they just messed up or whatever. So she's like, well, shit. I got a known quantity here. I got a known good man. I know he got his bread. I know he take care of his kids. All of the things that I'm worried about vetting men for, I have 3 references to tell me that, hey, bro got his stuff together. So why wouldn't it? It's the path of least resistance. And then again, I'm sorry to keep saying this, but women tend to be the fakest friends in the world. So
you're right about that.
It's gonna make the most sense for her to try him. And then he's gonna be like, well, shit, okay.
But do you think, for the guys, do you think, because my opinion is women do that thinking they're going to get the same treatment as the last girl.
Right.
Do you think that you all would give them the same treatment? Are they going to get the same treatment as the last girl?
They might get treated better. They might get treated worse.
Okay.
Depends on who she is.
Okay.
It depends on her vibe.
It's not a guarantee either way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. We still gonna take care of the house. We're gonna still be that kind of guy. But all that extra stuff that, like, you know what I'm saying, the bags and all that stuff we were doing for her, like, if you earn that, then cool.
But also, it's not always the girl fault. Like, if you really like that, like, the girl might have in her head that she's not going to do nothing with you.
Exactly.
She don't know that she is going to do something with me a month from now. She might completely be like, I ain't doing that with him, right? But if you really like that, she's no match for that. So, you know.
Okay.
All right, y'all. We are going to move on to the next question. If you guys are enjoying the show, please go ahead and hit that button. Proud of myself. Next question, number 3. Could you marry a woman your mother couldn't stand? And as before, I'm going to go ahead and add the graphic to the stage. Okay, here we go. All right. 65% said mama doesn't influence my decision. 35% said no, I could not. All right, so let's get a quick answer from the guys and then we'll weigh in. And I have a little comment on that, but I'm gonna wait till the end. wait till everyone else has shared their thoughts. So, all right, who's got something they want to share?
I got something. I got you.
Yeah, I could.
So I mean, me personally, like for real, I definitely could because my mom, for one, she ain't the one who's gonna be married to the woman. She's not gonna be with the woman. It's me. And at the end of the day, I got my own preferences. I got my own choices. So at the end of the day, I mean, of course, you don't want your mom to be beefing with who you with, but at the end of the day, she, that would be my woman. So I mean, I'm not gonna let my mom make my decisions for me. I'm a grown man. I'm gonna choose who I want. I'm gonna choose my way. You know what I'm saying?
I never had to say about the man that my mother dated, so I could care less about how she feel about my woman.
I wouldn't say I don't. Now I feel you, depending on your relationship with your mom, but I would say not that I don't care. You know what I mean? Like I feel like me and my mom gonna have a conversation. Like she ain't dictating my answer, but me and my mom gonna have a conversation because my mama know me. I know she got my best interest at heart. She loves me, and so we're gonna have a conversation about why. Like, what are you seeing, or what are you feeling, or what you got going on that's making you feel a certain way. Now, if her reasoning is illogical, maybe it might be tradition. Maybe she's just too caught up on tradition. Maybe she don't like how what clothes she would like. Those kind of things, then absolutely. If she's talking about a core character issue, and again, it's not gonna make my decision, but it might make me press in a little bit, question it, keep an eye on it, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And so, and I'm gonna let my mom know kind of what's doing the Jersey name, my bad. Willie, what Willie said, like for him, kind of same way. I'm gonna still let her know, like, mama, you're not dictating my decision, but I do value, you know what I mean, what you gotta say. You know what I mean? So it kind of just depends on what she says. So we're gonna have an adult conversation and find out. But I would agree with everybody else.
Unless it's like a white woman or a different race and she got a problem with it because she old school. And outside of that, I mean,
which happens, which is a real thing, especially for our parents. For most of our parents grew up during civil rights movement, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So they got some weird ways, man.
The last thing my grandmother told me before she took her last breath, I'm talking 5 seconds later, but don't you ever marry a white woman.
Damn.
That's not like my mama. Don't you marry a white guy.
For me, like I don't think my mom is as good a character judge as me. So for one, but of course, secondly, you don't gotta live with this woman. You don't gotta date this woman. You don't gotta be around her to that extent. Like I don't, like I'm a grown man. But like I also think it's your job to kind of like protect your woman from your family and kind of like make sure that that's in line and your family's in line. Because some men are like weak and they don't protect their woman from their family. They try and bring their woman around to audition for their family. But like this is not an audition. She already auditioned. That's why she with me. So when I bring her around, you're going to respect her. You're going to treat her, the way you treat me, or else then I'm good for like you ain't gonna see me. I don't need nothing from y'all. Need nothing from nobody. Y'all need something from me. So y'all just not gonna see me or my kids. So, but my family they care about that. So they would never they'll get in line.
I'm with who said it first? It was like Kyle wanting to ask. I would at least want to know, like, let me at least consider. Same with the other friends. If friends were saying something, I would at least hear them out, because the last thing I would want is for something happen later and they're like, yeah, I knew, da 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 da. Like, let me know now and make my decision. And so, all right, let's get into anyone else. Actually, did anyone else have any comments on this one before we move on to the next juicy topic?
I just really quick, I don't know if my mic is on. I got a different scenario. When I was young, I would definitely be like, Mom, it don't even matter. When your mom not here and you got to make decisions when mama can't double check on you, it's a whole different story. Now I got to vet people like, would my mom approve of this woman? Like I got to look at them a little bit different now. It's like a different smell you got to, attract yourself to. That's all I got. Back then, yeah. Now, nah. I gotta make sure that mom's is looking over my shoulder. That's all.
And then
all right.
I got one more thing too.
Oh yeah.
I will say that moms do know sometimes. So I'm not taking that away from mothers, and especially a mother that got that wisdom. She could really put you up on something. So I mean, I'm not saying that I would completely disregard it, but at the end of the day, I'm making the final decision on who I'm going to be. That's that.
Nice, very nice. I want to say really quickly, I really appreciate the panelists You guys literally make the show. Otherwise, it would just be a live stream with me. So thank you so much for your thoughts, being available, especially those I asked at the very last minute and you were all ready to go, camera ready. I want to give a special shout out to my girl Lynette and Manda and my guy Willie, who have made multiple, and Mont, who have made multiple appearances. I appreciate. I did threaten them, you guys. I was like, you have to come back because I love your what you add to the show. I'm just kidding. But thank you so much, and all of our first time guests. Thank you very much. Now, YouTube, StreamYard gets rid of the labels. So you can't see people's Instagram, and I always invite them to add those. So I will briefly take away or I should say when the banners are up. So I will briefly take away the title so you guys can see. If anybody wants to follow someone on Instagram, now is the time to take a quick screenshot, get that information, and slide in the DM. Now, do your due diligence. Not everybody is single on this panel. Some people have whole gorgeous, beautiful wives and families.
Listen.
So do your diligence. Some have beautiful girlfriends that they take on.
Can I say that y'all gotta introduce yourselves to these Zoom mingles? They are a real thing, y'all.
Thank you. Y'all didn't even pay to say that.
I ain't gonna put my business out there, but y'all need to introduce yourselves. I wasn't a believer. I'm trying to tell y'all it's a real thing. That's all I got, y'all.
I absolutely love that. There have actually been a couple of connections made on Zoom Mingle. Last week, it was like a fluke week. There were hardly any people on there. So if anyone popped in and popped back out, please don't be discouraged. Come back. Literally, there have been multiple connections made. And here's the thing. A picture only shows you so much. And some people are not extremely photogenic. I have seen some people who I'm like, whoa, your picture did not do justice. And you know, I don't see guys. I'm blind to guys. I don't know if y'all are handsome or not anymore. But anyway, you know, if you get on the Zoom Mingle, which is a Zoom meeting, but we have a bunch of people who come on and they mingle. It's literally just like this. We all get comfortable, we chit chat, and you absolutely can get a feel for someone's personality just from the hour and a half we've been on. I guarantee you, if one of these guys asks you out, ladies, you know which ones you want to say yes to because you really get a chance to see someone's personality. And then what's fun is that there are separate groups. So if you guys want to talk about sports, there's a sports room, for example. If you want to talk about faith, I have different rooms that are themed. And then there are private rooms. If a connection is made, you could say, meet me in the blue room. And then they can go. And I say, it's like the sock on the door. If you see two names are in a room, don't even go in there. Go get in the next room. Okay, go in the yellow room, go in the green room.
But left the mingle. We was like, we'll be right back.
Yeah, you just dip, and you can just slide in their DM on Zoom. You know, you did that drop down. Make sure you pick the right name. Don't chat the whole group by accident. But I just see people dip off, and they go in there, and the next thing I'm getting DMs. I met somebody. Okay, all right. So let's move on to number 4. What scenarios would make you not want to be intimate with your partner? And thank you guys for all of the gifts. What scenarios would make you not want to be intimate? If you guys don't want to share, I've got all the men that I can dig into.
I would say anything forced. If I'm sitting down and I see your agenda and I'm able to see your agenda, I'm cool. I'm cool. Back then, again, there was a time when I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna use you for what you're worth. Who you are by name. Like, if you want to, buy my pockets, then you get my time. Now, I don't like that. I'd rather be like, you know what? I see who you are. Let's enjoy this meal. You can pay for your half. I'm gonna pay for my half, and we gonna go about our business. Because your expectations superseded me.
When you say partner, do you mean our relationship partner? Like,
yeah.
Like who we in a relationship with?
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at partners like the moment I come interested in, like, you know what I mean?
No, that's not your partner. You don't even know that lady.
Yeah, I think you're talking about a woman.
Oh, let me yield.
Yonci, my fault, y'all. Are you talking about an actual partner, like a person you with? Or are you talking about somebody like we're dating or just like meeting one time? Like, what do you mean by partner?
Yeah, I jumped the gun on that one. My bad.
Can she hear us?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
We've been talking to you.
You had us muted.
And I kept hearing Yonci, and I'm like, but I'm not hearing your question.
We like Yonci. Like, what you mean?
Did you mean? What do you mean by partner? Like somebody we're with, or somebody we're potentially going to be with? So, like this person we in a relationship with?
That you're with.
Your other half.
Oh, never mind. Let me think about that again.
No, baby, force yourself on me. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. If it's that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. You can do damn near what you need to, but what'll make me turn you down? It's really only one thing, and that's just my money being messed up. If my money is messed up, or I'm going through something like business-wise, my priority is always that. So, outside of that, though, if I don't want to give it to you, you're not my partner for long.
For me, and that's if we together, that's gonna be a very small list. Like ain't really too much my wife or my girl, I ain't too much they gonna be able to do. It probably have to be something like with money, or
it's got to be intentional as hell, don't it?
Yeah, like it's got to be something crazy. Like
masculinity.
For me, so physical, even if we just got in an argument, I can potentially. I mean, I'll get over that quick. You know what I mean? Like I don't. That's gonna be a hard one just to say nah. Like we not nah.
That argument is over as soon as
it's got to be that effect and that damage of your space, matter, and time. Like if my space, matter, and time is really affected to the point where I can't recover it, then I got some side eyes for you. No, like if you mess up my time, which ultimately, like Willie said, and I think everybody's agreeing, that messes my money up. My space, if I gotta fix my space to the point where it's causing me money and it's affecting my time now, we got issues.
Also say if I feel disrespected, if I feel mad,
that's what I would. That's like the third part. Matters. If you can't appreciate the matters at hand, like I appreciate the matters at hand, or at least remotely close, that I get what you're saying. That's like disrespectful. I'm coming to you with something that I'm vulnerable.
During sex?
Huh?
Like I mean, not on
I know what you're saying.
But like if we got into argument because you disrespected me. Like one, I said earlier, the argument over when you take your clothes off. But then two, like that after the fact sex, like when we done resolve the issue, obviously. But yeah, I'm gonna get my lick back for sure.
You talking about disrespect, Willie?
Yeah, like if so we had an argument, right?
Oh,
you
no.
got
I'm
out
sorry.
of pocket. But my thing is, we resolved the issue. You said you're not gonna do it again, and then now you're ready to atone.
Oh yeah, we
that's
did.
different.
Okay. I didn't hear you say that before.
Respectful, and you're like it's not no apologies. It's whatever.
When we introduce
trying to make it up to me.
We can't love that away. We gotta talk about that.
If
you disrespect me, if you being masculine, that's gonna make me real flaccid real fast.
Right, because you're not trying to be with the dude. I'm gonna read some of these answers. So the very first one's kind of funny. What scenario makes you not want to be intimate with your lady? He says 0, zitch, none, nada. Compartmentalize and get the job done. All right, so this guy he's all for it. So this guy says when she's complaining about being intimate and only doing it to get you to shut up about it. Oh, so like she's complaining she doesn't want to be.
Vagina is bad. That's on my list too.
And that's the number one
thing. Did you say misery vagina?
I said sympathy vagina.
I was just going to say that sympathy.
That's
yeah. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just all right. If you really want, nah, you good.
They said I asked, what is the best? You guys fill in the blanks, okay? What's the best?
Brain.
Takeaway 4.
Oh, she's trying to say that.
Thank you. Okay, that's the best. And the guy said overwhelmingly enthusiastic. I thought they were going to give a lot of techniques and it's this and that. They said if it's enthusiastic, like you are excited to show up for your job.
I seen that part. Mm-hmm.
Like you need your rent paid. You'll never go wrong.
Yeah, and that's the best line. If you do it like you need all your bills paid. Okay. Here's the next one.
Like your light's about to go off tomorrow.
Like your light's about to go off. Yes. Okay. This guy said bad breath, body odor, poor vaginal care, and argumentative, nasty, and controlling attitude. Another guy said hygiene, and then she ate my food. That's what took him out of the mood.
Oh, grow up. He needs to grow up.
Yes,
he just described all of his ex-girlfriends.
Grow up. That's why you're saying whoever wrote that, that's why you're single. Grow up.
This guy said
you pick a woman with bad hygiene. I think that you would have found that out before you made her yours.
Man, listen.
Really good point.
Like how do you not know you're doing funky?
Well, first of all, if he went to her house, he should have saw how she cared for her own place. Like your home.
Wait, women's
You
house.
learn very fast.
So many things.
Y'all
bomb,
think
guys.
about cars. It's a woman's car to tell you how clean she is. Her house
Absolutely.
don't be clean.
Clue bombs. If you don't see no apple cider vinegar in her home, you better consider it.
Got it on
Consider
my
it twice.
calendar.
Apple cider
3 times.
vinegar.
3 times if you're
If
smart.
anybody was wondering.
I'm trying to tell you.
Apple
Clue
cider.
bomb.
I think as men, we learn really fast if a girl is clean. Like you learn this really fast. Like you know the girls who after you do it, they take a shower every time immediately, and you know the ones who kind of are more comfortable being like you. And it never fails that those girls are the ones that end up having clean houses, who just always taking showers. Like you learn really fast.
Don said, "Do it like you need your bills paid, but then gotta pay your half the rent out."
That was right. You ain't gotta pay. No, your man.
Look. Oh my God!
No,
All right,
these guys, I love it. I'm loving it.
Let's get into the next one. This guy says he doesn't want to be intimate when he's upset. Someone else said when she's argumentative, has a bad attitude, uses it as a weapon, saying she's only doing as her job, which is the worst thing a woman can say to me. If there's no trust, if she is argumentative, keeps popping up, argumentative, angry, impetuous, arrogant, dismissive, unapologetic, and unkind.
You can't argue with your mouth full.
Willie.
Invalidating behavior like gaslighting, stonewalling, withholding intimacy as a form of punishment, which that is in my course, not wanting to resolve the issue. When it's used to manipulate during an argument without a resolution or discussion, let's resolve it and then have the makeup session. If I'm not feeling well, tired, or her and I not seeing eye to eye, I took the question as talking about partners and not a new woman. Arguments take him out of the mood when she's not communicating properly or looking to argue and not taking accountability for her actions. If she's mean or isn't mentally and emotionally stimulating, bad hygiene, of course, like we talked about resolve, it said intimate, past a dirty house or not her scooter. Scooter's just.
I knew the dirty house was going to come up in one of their talks. I knew that was coming up.
Scooter. It says her scooter smells like 5 days on ice, green-eyed catfish.
We know what that's talking about. You knew what he was talking about.
But if you my girl, first off, but if you my wife or my girl, like that's gonna be addressed. Like that ain't even gonna be.
That's not even going to be addressed because it's not going to be present. Like that's not
happening. That's the
bro. What are you doing?
As soon as I noticed that,
that's weird.
Wait, do these dudes know that they really telling on themselves by listening?
Absolutely.
Yes,
you
they
can
are.
tell. You can literally tell that odor by the time you sit in her car.
Right.
Thank you.
You search for the time she sit in her car.
That driver's seat is funky. I'm trying to tell you.
Like it ain't no way we smell it and you don't. You just
I'll be right back. Let me get up. And we sitting in the car like,
yo.
Or go to the bathroom after your woman going. That's what I tell my partners to do.
I'm trying to tell you.
Bathroom,
that's one of them.
You need something in the bathroom right after she come out. It'll tell you everything you need to know. And you might find out she finna give you something because she gonna go in there and steal one of your washcloths.
Man, it smell like the back of death. I can't do it.
I
can't do it.
Not the back of earrings. That's wild. That's crazy.
Them earring backs be bad.
Earring back is crazy.
Who said earring backs?
Everybody talking about smelling the back of earrings.
That's crazy.
It seems like the overwhelming response from men is that where the emotional safety is compromised, no one feels like being intimate. And I know that's certainly the case for me.
That's the end on there.
Yeah, that's the real. All that other stuff is superficial stuff. That's gonna get handled, taken care of. Like in a real relationship, that ain't gonna be no issue.
She added one for me too. Like
not that odor. That odor, we draw the line. I'm sorry, I can't even say that's superficial.
See, if the odor bad, she ain't even gonna make it with me. I mean, that's
my issue is that the odor, we're not even gonna be together. Like that's gonna be addressed so early. Like that's not even an issue.
It's the same way I can't have a girl that my homeboys hit. I can't have a girl who smell like.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever rhymes with hit.
The back of an earring.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
You know why though? Because y'all know. You'll notice your homegirl smell bad and then not tell us. And then so now we don't went home with your girlfriend with the funky hot pot. And then now you see us again. You like, because he was messing with over saying bacteria box over here. So like,
no bacteria. Well, what if she had asparagus? You know, that smells.
No, asparagus and listen. No, asparagus and football helmets. There's a difference between asparagus and a football helmet. We know the difference.
Exactly.
We know, like the brim of a football. We know what that is. Like, come on now, asparagus hell.
I'm not playing. I was just, throwing it out there because Okay.
You're talking to grown men here, and I'm going to respect this platform, but don't make me cuss on here and get kicked off.
Or you could just give him a hug.
No F-bombs, no cursing.
I'm trying, but that was crazy. Asparagus, really.
I'm just joking. That smell too when you eat a lot of
asparagus. When was the last time you had asparagus, Amanda?
Yeah.
When was the last time you ate asparagus?
Like a couple days ago.
So how many times have you had it this year? Exactly, it's not common.
5 or 6.
So if your vagina smells like asparagus, you have no business trying to give it to me. That is disrespectful.
Absolutely not. Shame on you.
That's some of the root. Intentionally giving a man a vagina that you know is not put together correctly, like it's
shame
missing
on you.
Parts, is wild to me.
Shame.
Not knowing what is
I just want
balance need to get together.
When y'all go to the bathroom, this is the thing. When we go to the bathroom, we ain't gotta wipe all the time. Y'all wipe every time you go to the bathroom.
We know, and I don't know why women embarrass themselves like that.
Yeah.
So there's a test.
I would be like, nah.
One of my friends is an intimacy coach. He said, "Throw the flag." One of my friends is an intimacy coach, and one of the tips she gives her followers is she said, if you get out of the shower, ladies, and you're drying off, take that towel and you dry, and then you smell it. If there is any odor, take your behind back in the shower until you come back out, and that doesn't happen.
That's your perfect opportunity to just get out and cause an argument.
Yeah,
you get to do that. Like, you can't recover that. If you got to smell something that's not right, that's something internal.
That's not.
You need to go downstairs. First of all, go in the room, argue with your mans. Go downstairs, eat a salad. Don't put no dressing on it. Eat a salad. Eat some more salad. Drink some water. Not spigot water. We're talking about real water here. And then apologize to him later after you try that again. Don't do that.
If you
just say I made up the fight. I made up the fight. It wasn't real.
I'm finished. Like, just go home, because I'm not mature enough. Like, in my wise old age, I'm not mature enough for a woman to do that with me, because I may not say anything disrespectful, but I'm going to think it, and then the way that I think it is going to manifest in the way that I disconnect from you. So, unless you want me to have to reject you in a very, very direct way. If you take a shower and you get out and you still stink and there's still something wrong,
something's alive.
So played that my face is
alive.
Or it's like when you smell, when you kiss someone and you can taste they miss it, they got a rotten back tooth or something.
Gingivitis,
yeah. Oh my God.
That's gross.
People have spoken. They are ready for question number 5. Y'all.
Can we move on? I think it was asparagus.
Listen, that was trauma for everybody. We had to go ahead and get that out.
It might be a hit dog.
Thank y'all. Shout out to the woman for enduring.
Next question. Finish the sentence. I know she knows her way around the kitchen. If she can make, fill in the blank. Guys, you started off, and then I'm going to read the gentleman's answers who submitted. But what is the dish that you said, oh, okay, I see you, girl?
Lasagna.
Can we count to 3 and say mac and cheese?
Oh, yes.
Mine's mac and cheese or a fire. Yeah, some fire.
My man rubbed his chest.
Yes, these days have mac and cheese.
Yeah, mac and cheese. Yeah, baby.
Y'all like the burnt corners?
Ooh, boy. Wait a minute.
You like the burnt corners of mac and cheese?
When Chick-fil-A first came out with their mac and cheese, I used to go up there and ask for a corner piece because I know they got to give it to me.
I literally wanted to
flame
one of those creme brulee flame things. I don't know what it's called. I literally want to take it, the little blowtorch, and burn the top because I love what the like crunchy,
crispy. Yes.
Crispy, yes. I'm like, if it's too creamy. I like it to be nice and crunchy at the top layer, and then you get into it's.
If I come in the kitchen and she got a blowtorch,
I'm trying to tell you that's something fiery. I didn't think about that. Like
literally fire.
What's she about to do? What like?
I look at the attachments.
But that's Judgment Day.
I'm gonna be intrigued.
In the kitchen, that'll tell me if she can cook. If she has like all the weird, like she has all the weird things, like the creme brulee blowtorch. She's got the pasta extruder. She's got like all the niche cooking tools, like the people don't have.
Flour. Yeah.
Her knives come in like a roll-up thing, like I'm saying she's been in color. That's when I know. Or if she can, make pâte, which is like a pastry that's really difficult to make. And I tend to like it because you can stuff it with like strawberry, cherry jams and stuff. So if I ask for that and she makes it, yeah, she's almost on the no prenup track because that's difficult to make.
By the way, shout out to my girl Winter. I done drugged her on. I'm over here texting your old number. I forgot. I don't know why I didn't delete the old number. I'm like, why am I getting green bubbles? So I'm glad I had to shout you on the chat. But y'all, shout out to Winter. She's gonna join us. Hey, Winter.
Shout out.
Winter. We've been waiting on you. Took you long enough.
You gotta have this Jones shake.
Can I just say, when you go to a guy's house though, and you like, oh, I'm gonna make you something nice to eat, and this man has maybe one single, measuring cup. Like he got one measuring cup and two mismatched bowls. Like you don't even have a mixing bowl. You don't have a wire whisk. You don't have a spatula. Like what are we doing, guys?
For what?
Blame DoorDash.
He said working hard. We working hard. That's what we doing. We working hard. That's what
Our grandparents didn't have all of that whisk and stuff. They use spoons and forks.
Yeah, that's all you need. Spoons, forks,
to make that
paper
bread,
bag.
put it in a banana pudding.
The last time I had a woman cook for me, I had to go buy a blender, a mixer, and like $200 Dutch oven.
Yeah, see now
it was an investment.
I didn't even know existed.
To me, you can't cook then. Like if you need all that,
I felt endorsed by Rachel Ray when I was done.
Wait a minute, Kyle shooting shot.
Y'all see
I'm saying if you can cook, then you can cook. Like,
there's a difference.
It depends on what she's making.
Thank you. It's a difference.
It's the mac and cheese is all I care about.
I'm not saying what you said was I know she knows her way around the kitchen. I mean, I don't know her. I mean, this is probably one of the first meals or whatever. You don't need to go get no blowtorch and do all that. I need to know you know how to do the basics. I know you need to know how to feed my soul. That's what I need to know. I don't need that. Don't be showing off. I don't care nothing about all that. Can you make some fire spaghetti? Can you make some fire macaroni and cheese? Can you make some fire fish like chicken? Like that's all the rest of that stuff. That's date night. We do something special. That's cool. That's that's something to impress me.
Spoiled. I have all of my little things, that I have, and all my little gadgets. Even if I boil eggs, I have special egg tongs to pull it out of the water. Like I just like having my stuff. So I'd rather cook at my house where I can just really move and do what I need to do. I had when I first made Monte something, I was like, "Do you have a skillet?" This man pulled out a pot. And I was like, this is not a skillet.
Yeah, you can cook anything in that.
Now you can. However, multiple dishes.
I'll fix some scrambled eggs in a pot in a minute.
It's a pan. That's what we call it. Everything that's in our
everything is a pan. Yeah,
that's goes on the stove is a pan.
All the pans are dirty. I am making
it's the big pan.
Eggs in a pot. Like
it's the water pan. It's the boiling pan. It's the ramen noodles pan.
Exactly.
But everything is a pan. It's all a pan.
I'm trying to boil. Like
Winter, you know your way around the kitchen.
Like a ninja product.
Me?
Yeah, you know your way. I know the answer.
I was born and raised. I'm a Southern woman. We cook everything from scratch.
Listen, that aluminum thing that holds the turkey, that's a pan.
Hey, we do give women from the South a benefit of the doubt on knowing how to cook too. So when you're from the South and you can't cook, that shit disappointing.
It is very disappointing.
It's like a double whammy.
Like double negative. Yeah, it's just real bad. Like, you from the South and you can't cook. You were raised by wolves.
No chicken.
Rules.
Listen, and I'm looking at the jars that you got in your cabinet. No jar chicken Alfredo. We're not doing it.
Why is chicken Alfredo? Was that you the last time talking about the chicken Alfredo?
I will politely decline you and that food.
Oh my God!
To make it from scratch, or you talking about
You talking about scratch? Chicken
from
Listen, if I see them jars, it's the
Oh,
jars.
okay.
It's the melted chalk. I can't do it.
Oh my God. Let's get into some of these other ones. Okay. It says these are ways, if she can make this, the guys know she knows her way around the kitchen. He said, if she can make me anything because she actually wants to and doesn't see it as an obligation. Ladies, pick up on what's being put down. Your attitude and energy behind things is the thing. It's not the actual food, because you could go to Big Mama's Catering and buy something. It's the fact that you were in the kitchen and work. There's something guys might not even put into words, but there's some part of nurturing, just like a guy changing your tire versus taking it somewhere. You know, when you see him taking a jack. Oh, sorry, I got a little excited.
Yes.
Okay. He said food on a gas stove. Let's see, pound cake. That's what someone else said. Whatever she cooks from scratch. A great meatloaf.
Okay.
Oxtails.
Like, we go to the gym.
Pound cake. Hold on, can we go back to pound cake?
Pound cake is good.
Man is sitting around caring about pound. I'm just saying, like,
let me mute so I can cuss. Wait a minute.
Judging the man's, I love a pound cake, so I'm
not saying you don't eat pound cake, but that the judge, that's like if I'm gonna judge somebody, it's about pound cake.
That's a real weird ass metric to have as a man. Okay,
I gotta check your survival skills.
How does a grown man respond to you making pound cake?
Right.
Okay.
Like, what is the correct response for a grown man?
Like, I'm impressed with her cooking skills. So if you can bake, that's pretty impressive. That's how I took it.
No.
So that's what the man say. Oh, that's impressive.
Like if we was how
does a grown man respond to somebody making a pound cake?
Good brother, can I interject real quick? How do good brothers sit down and fellowship about pound cake? We don't do it. Like we don't.
Hey dog, I went over a crib, man. She made me this fire pound cake.
It's the flaky crust, my brother.
Words men have never said ever.
It had flaky crust, my dude.
Yeah, not flaky crust. I do think it's about the intention and the heart behind it for sure.
Yeah.
So my boyfriend is vegan. I'm from the South. We cook all things meat, but because I've started dating him, and for me, because I have been raised in the South, we are taught to kind of sort of cater to our man. Cooking is a way I show love. So I've learned how to prepare vegan meals for him. So he'll tell all his boys like the best sorbet or food that he's had is food that I've made for him, because I go out of my way, I guess, in his mind, to actually learn how to feed a vegan.
So can I ask you a question specifically?
Sure.
You enjoy wanting to do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I yield.
Oh no, absolutely. Like, if I'm with a dude,
go ahead.
If I'm with my boy, you know, one of your boys, and you know, he a vegan, and he talking about his girl and learn how to cook XYZ for him, and you know, because all that weird stuff I'm like, if he telling me that, I'm like, oh, bro, she like you, bro. Like, nah, that's a good one.
Absolutely.
I'm going to take a quick question from the ladies. By the way, Winter, did you get the bun memo tonight too, or you got a ponytail?
Oh no, I got a bun.
She got the bun memo.
I got the bun memo.
Ladies, how do you feel about
you just gonna make the other two feel horrible, huh?
Oh no, she's slaying. We're not tripping on that. No, you see this?
It's hard to get my hair. Oh, you see all this hair? It's hard to get in.
That's what I'm saying.
I just gave her after work and came straight online.
I gave Amanda a whole compliment.
Okay. I'm making being nice to your panel, Yonci. That's all. Just checking.
Oh yeah, we all got the bun memo though. So ladies,
can we not talk about vegan food anymore?
How do you feel about a man who can grill? Somebody posted a video about saying you should not have to cook. What were the months from
May to August?
Because your man should be on the grill. So are we judging men
Who said that? They were confident.
It was a video. It was a video.
Who said
it was a video.
What man can't grill though?
There's a lot of men that cannot grill.
Yeah.
A lot of them prefer to grill.
They cannot grill.
Can I ask the ladies a question and interject, Yonci? I know this is your platform. How do y'all feel about that when you find out your man can't grill?
That's what I'm asking. I'm saying, like,
Was that what you were asking?
No, I'm asking how women feel about a man who can grill. So, like, it's all.
Come on now. Y'all
This
answer the
is true
question.
moments.
I
I can appreciate a man that can grill.
What if he can't?
Cannot.
Can't grill.
Cannot.
Then we might have to learn together because I can't either.
All right.
I'm always the one going to everybody else's house to eat anyway when they grill. So,
are we eliminating anyone for not being able to cook?
That's minimal.
With the men?
Yeah. Either or. Men, are you eliminating women that cook?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, because if you expecting me to cook all the time, you're gonna have a problem.
Yes.
I will say I love when a man can cook because, like you said, it's not realistic. There are times where I'm gonna need some support, and it's just sweet too. If a guy brings you breakfast in bed, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not eliminate. I wouldn't eliminate someone because they can't cook. As long as it goes back to that prioritizing, like she's trying to learn or she's making sure that I'm fed, she's doing things. And that'll go
If you're 40 years old as a woman and you never learned that practical skill,
I was getting ready to say that.
Written off, bro.
At a certain age, if you can't cook, that's a problem.
But not everybody is our age. Like there's other people on here that might be younger.
What are you looking at?
No, I think we all 40.
I'm looking like that's my age.
But what if she says, I can throw down, I love cooking for my man, and then she places that plate in front of you and it looks a hot mess and it tastes even worse?
Are you
The
trying
grilled
to
cheese
figure
is
me
a
out
leather
first?
shoe.
Oh, we gonna have a conversation.
I feel like you're bullying me now, Yonci. Is that what we're doing?
Oh no.
Are you telling her? Are you giving her constructive criticism? What are we
Not
like?
in the moment.
Like the texture, potatoes aren't even cooked all the way through. It's overly seasoned. It's just.
You take that
You gotta
napkin.
be honest.
You take that napkin and you cover your plate.
Cover it up. Yeah.
And you put it down.
You gotta be
Absolutely.
honest.
That's the move.
I'm
If
a
you ever
gotta
see a napkin,
I'm dead
Put
up.
a napkin
If you
and
ever
move
see
it
it-
out the way.
If you ever see and this is another
napkin
clue
that's not
bomb,
balled up, that
they
means the
gently
food was
place
nasty.
the napkin over the plate and they put it down.
If that
If you
napkin
see
does
that,
not look like a
scrap.
little ball, then the food was terrible.
I'm pulling a hair out.
Oh my God, I'm done.
I mean, to be honest, if you have
This
kids,
is not a joke.
you'll know if your food is good or not.
That's true.
That's how I learned how to cook real well was with my son, because he will be like, he will
Yeah,
No filter.
and he'll be like, Mom, no.
This ain't it. I was somewhere.
He won't
The
touch
food, the
You
food was
fed me
so
salt
bad.
with
It
chicken.
was black folks, so I just assumed it was going to be the business.
Right.
It was the most unusual assortment of things, and a lot of the stuff did not even look cooked all the way through. And I was trying to find whatever I could get full on, because you know when you go into a cookout, you like I'm gonna have a little something for breakfast, but then and I was trying to figure out how I could put my napkin and make my way to the trash, and then the trash was overflowing, so I couldn't really. It was a mess.
Listen, Yonci,
it's
you
'cause
ain't
black
even got to
people
do that. You take that
ain't black no
napkin
more.
and you whap right out and you put it right over that
You
plate
put it over.
and you put that plate down.
Yeah, and then you just try to squish
if
the
somebody
food.
says,
You
"Are
try
you
to
okay?"
squish
you
the
just-
food together so that it looked like they could see a little bit of the plate. With
They
the
did. You
napkin
just
on.
let
Yeah.
them
You
know,
make sure
and
they serve
it's really comes from the Japanese. They will literally put their and look at you like,
What you do is you make them serve you on disposable plates. So when it's nasty, you can just throw the whole thing away.
Oh, you
Yep.
fold it and just throw it in the
Then that way they can't see that all the food is still there. I've been doing that for years.
Y'all, we are gonna get to the submitted question. Let's see what some poor soul submitted last week. Actually, I think it was this week. All right, let me go ahead and take this down. Here we go. All right, this gentleman said, take my little banner down. My bad. Okay. There we go. He said, I'm not a Christian, and it seems that is I'm just going to make corrections because, yeah, it's going to trip me up. I'm not a Christian, but it seems that there that is a prerequisite with a majority of women. Seems like it affects my dating. Most women in here and the ones I meet in person here, meaning Patreon, because if you're a patron, you can submit a question. Do you think that's important to love, marriage, family to women per se? So what he's trying to say is that really important to women, because a lot of women talk about that. So
yes. No, it's only important to religious women.
I agree with that.
Which he's saying most women are religious.
So I don't know about that.
Hey, I think it's fake. I think it's fake religion when it comes to like dating at our age, because if it wasn't, people would have been religious before. They done went through all the hell and trauma they went through. So now that life got hard, it's like God is getting the leftovers. So they try to hide behind, well, okay, well, now I don't want to have sex with men because I'm trying to give my life to God after they've been doing it for the past 10, 15 years. Or I don't want to be hurt anymore, so I'm going to become a Christian because I'm too scared to start dating women. So I hate when women use this. They use God as an excuse to why they don't want to do something. Because again, they wait until their life, personal, dating, or professional, has gotten so bad that they, okay, well, I guess I turn to God now. And all of a sudden, they want to call themselves Christians, or they want a God-fearing man because they feel like a God-fearing man is not going to cheat, or a God-fearing man is not going to do all the other stuff that the men they chose have done to them.
No, ladies, before y'all chime in, I just want to say that Willie is not saying all women, right? He's saying a particular, and it might be a lot of women do that. But of course, there are women who like really turn their lives around and who really get their lives to the Lord. And those women are completely separate of the ones that he's talking about.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah, I didn't think I had to say that. But if they feel offended, I'm probably talking about them.
Yeah, this is not a generalization, and if you understand Willie, you understand that Willie speaks truth, but it's not generalized to all people.
Yeah.
You know, let's preface that. With that, I'm sorry, was somebody going to go?
I'm gonna let the guys go.
Oh, young lady, we've been talking. Please introduce yourself.
The question is to the women.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I do think it is important. You know, I know Willie had his comment or whatever, but I do want a man who is led by God, not by the world. And I want it to be like that because of morals and values. I feel like if I want somebody to be on the same value as me, they're gonna have God as their number one priority. Religious, that word, religious, more like spiritual, but the religious, it means like you're following religious people. It's hard to really articulate, but I do feel like the guy for me will be a Christian.
So it's not a big deal to her.
And anybody else, like young ladies, because like this is really a
well, no, it is a big deal to me, like because I don't want nobody. The way I want to raise my kids, I don't want somebody who's an atheist, who don't like believe in God, who doesn't pray, who doesn't. That's just me.
And I think that there's a difference, and I apologize.
I think you just want somebody with the same principles to believe.
That's what I'm going to say. If a person is actually led by the scriptures and led by the Holy Spirit, there is a big difference, because especially in the Black community, most people are Christians, just the same way a lot of Latinos are Catholic. But are you practicing is a completely different thing. So a lot of people look no different from the world. They listen to the same music as the world, watch the same movies as the world, they fornicate like the world, they're cussing like the world. A lot of people look the same as the world. But for the person who is actually, the term sold out for Christ and actually living a life that is reflective of the scriptures, then they have to have a person like that, because all of their decisions pretty much are going to be influenced by that person. And, the person who's not a believer in Christ is actually probably going to be annoyed by the person who is, because she's going to go, we really shouldn't go here, or we should abstain before marriage, or there are a lot of things that a person is going to do. Now, if it's just like like someone practices yoga and it's something that's like, oh, I'm kind of into it, then it doesn't matter if you're with someone who doesn't practice yoga, because it's not affecting a lifestyle. But for those who are super duper sold out, it is absolutely a lifestyle.
And that I don't know. It's challenging because I look for people who are not really involved heavily in church. And it's not to say that they're not or not a believer in a God or a source, but that heavy in church, that mean you have an image of somebody that's not me already. You either looking at the pastor's son, or a Yeshua that I would not live up to.
That's the pastor.
I would much rather find somebody in search with me and let's guide this journey together. I'm looking for what I've learned enough about God to where I'm looking for him. You looking for God too? Let's come together and find him. You know what I mean? Let's introduce ourselves to him. I know enough about God to know what's not God. But at the end of the day, that whole Christic belief and Muslim belief and the religious aspect, I think that that's very propaganda and is meant to break down families.
So wait, so where are you finding God? In the Bible or?
I'm putting God where you find God. God is presence. God is omniscient. God is, even in this conversation, has anybody cussed one another out or found fault in one another's beliefs and understanding here? No. I find God in that. However, I have grown up Christian. I've also grown up Hoodooist. I've also been Hebrew Pentecostal. I've also spent a lot of my time being Muslim. However, God for me is how I respond to my neighbor. If I can't treat you with love, if I can't treat you with respect, if I can't show myself to be a good moral compass human, then there's no God in me.
I think that you definitely have to be clear in this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be, not saying you specifically, but I'm saying people
Sure,
have
sure.
to be clear on what they believe in, because
That's the
if we
part,
say
yeah.
God in general, as he just described, that could be something that everyone else is going, huh? And so
Right.
that's why I don't ask one, do
It's
you
a
believe?
very
Most people
right.
believe in something greater, but
Yeah.
do they believe in Jehovah Jireh, my provider, Jehovah
Right.
Elion, Jehovah Shiloh,
And
Jehovah
to
Nisi?
have
Let
and
me
I
no, it's fine.
sorry to interject, but there also is a therapist here. I mean, he said he was a counselor. I mean, certified. That's one of those conversations that you really want to be leery with talking about. Reason being is because even getting down to the fact that, oh, you're a Christian and I'm a Christian, you still got denominations you got to deal with.
Are you saying you
You know,
should be leery talking to a person you're getting to know about the person?
that's not a forefront conversation that I choose to talk about.
Oh, you're talking about forefront. You're talking about
Forefront, or even because when you have two different people, they're going to have different walks of life from the gate.
Yep.
You know what I
I will
mean?
disagree on the forefront
Sure.
question only because for someone like me,
Mhm.
that is an absolute deal breaker. So I need to know moving forward if somebody is an
Sure.
atheist or if somebody has a lifestyle that is drastically different than mine. I don't want to waste their time or his. That's up there with, do you want kids or not? Can you
So Yonci,
babies and I
you
don't want
couldn't.
babies?
Can I ask you a question? You couldn't tell by impression that that person is not sculpted in the same light that you're chasing. You couldn't
No,
tell that.
because there are some people who are amazing people who are very kind. They're very compassionate. And that doesn't mean that they adhere to the scriptures. Shoot, I believe in the scriptures, and there are plenty of times where I'm like, oh, let me get my stuff together. But I at least believe that I'm wrong. At least I feel convicted and I know it's wrong. There are some people who will look you in the face and say, this isn't wrong, even though the Bible spells it out in black and white.
Right.
I'm gonna own it.
And
But
a lot of things that the Bible spells out black and white, the Torah and the Quran spell out the same way the Bible spells out black and white. It's just, and again, that's why I
that's
choose.
a debate. I'm sorry to jump in, but because I don't want to end up
It's
being
so
a debate about
sensitive.
faith.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of if you are aligned. So if you might find someone who's aligned with you where there's a much more loose definition of God. You might find someone who, wants the Quran or what. That's fine. But I'm simply saying from the topic that we're discussing, as far as someone's a Christian, that is going to be something that they're going to most likely ask.
Sure.
I think with the man, I think the person was asking because obviously as he's dating more black women, it's just a constant theme that he's running into. And I think that's just what you see is that majority of black women adhere to some form of probably Christianity, based off of the times and the way they grew up and all those things. And so what ends up happening is they're trying to find a spouse that question is probably coming up very early for them, and causing them what it sounds like here, where they feel like maybe they didn't even have a chance, like to really, it might have been a deal breaker, right? So they was like, man, I mean, the question where they saying, do you think it's important to love, marriage, family, or women per se? Like in their mind, they're saying like, man, is this really, you really think that Christianity, me being a Christian, has that much effect on those things? So
Yeah.
And it depends on his environment and circle. I agree with what you just said. This is not a whether you're Christian or not, or what you practice. It depends on the woman. To some women, it may be important. To some women, it may not be. He needs to find the women that align with his beliefs. It may be more difficult depending on his environment. In the South, I grew up in the Bible Belt. Most people believe in something. But I also feel like it's up to you to know what's important to you, because you can't base that off your partner. I dated someone who was Muslim, and I tried. Once I found out he was Muslim, we started talking and having more conversations. It was not going to work. That's, end of the story. We don't align, moving onward. So I think this is a personal question. It seems like he's questioning himself as well in this. He needs to determine what his religious preferences or deal breakers are. And once he determines that, then he needs to find the women that align with what he chooses to practice as far as his spirituality.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he's hostile towards Christianity either.
No.
It just seems like he's just like, man, this just seems to be a bigger deal than necessarily I'm making it. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I appreciate you guys all weighing in on this question. If you want to submit your question, you can do so by joining on Patreon. Here is the link here if you want to. You guys, we have a lot of fun on Patreon. A couple people here, I won't put them on blast, but let's have a couple people here are on Patreon, quite a few actually. And we do a lot. I mentioned before, we have a fitness chat where we keep each other accountable, and we have conversations about fitness. We have some events that are coming up, a really big one that I hope, those of you in the US, because that's going to be far to fly for everyone else, but those of you who are in the US, I really hope you will join, because I am putting together, with the gift of a sponsorship, I have a very generous sponsor who is funding this event, you guys, and we are pulling out all the stops. There's going to be a lot of water toys. We just locked in an incredible DJ. There's going to be catering. There are going to be drinks.
Can you say location
for my patrons? I cannot, because it's exclusive to the patrons. But it is in the United States, and I don't know if it was today, but someone said that there is a sale on Southwest today. But if you get your ticket, everything will be taken care of the day of the event. It's a multiple day event, but the event that I am throwing on one specific day is absolutely free, and it is going to be phenomenal. So you guys will see the video footage from the drones after, and you will have FOMO for real. So make sure you sign up, and it's as a thank you for all of your guys' support. I'm going to be throwing that event. All right, so let's get into the next segment. All right, we are doing the singles feature. Let me go ahead and switch this up here. All right. Oh, and I forgot actually. So let me go into, hang on one second. I do have a couple of church announcements, y'all. I done jumped the gun. My bad. Okay, so really quick announcements. Let me go ahead and take this off. Still getting used to this, y'all. Okay, so a couple of announcements. Men who are in the comments, are there any guys who are not yet part of Yonsternation? If you are not, someone got a whole background going on. If you guys are not on Yonsternation, go ahead and follow. You have to have had your account for a while. If it was recently created, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to believe it. But you have to have your account around for a while, and I have to be able to see it. So either you're going to let me follow you so I could see, or you have it open and I could see. But I genuinely want to hear from the men. My entire platform was built on men opening up and sharing candidly. And so with having the guys be able to answer anonymously, the guys can see each other's comments, but the women can't. It really allows them to open up and share. So if you're not following there, you can do so at Yonsternation. Whoops, it's this way. Okay. And then my main page is on Instagram. It's at Chasing Yonci. If y'all aren't on Instagram, you're missing a lot. I mentioned previously, we have the Patreon page. You can get access to the monthly Zoom mingles, which is the first Friday of each month. We've had a couple couples form from there. A lot of connections have been forming. It's pretty cool. As I mentioned, we have in-person events. I do a few things in Dallas. There's actually a fabulous pool party that's happening on Juneteenth for those in the Dallas area. And then I share a lot of content from behind the scenes. You get to see me, my honey. If I do share my daughter, her face is blurred out, but you guys get to see a little bit more into our lives. There is something called a singles feature, and you guys can take advantage of this. This is where the women get to take their photo, submit it to me, and post it on the men's page. We have had some serious love connections happen from there. One couple recently just told me that they met the family. It was very cool. All you have to do is DM me the word singles feature. I'll give you more information. But two more things I want to add. I'm going to start with the exciting one and then my newest one, okay? We have our first engagement, y'all, from a former student, and I am beyond thrilled. This was a woman who took my class previously, and she slid in my DM today, and I was on the treadmill, and I did a church run around the gym. But she said she took my class, she ended up meeting someone, fell in love, and he just proposed last week. So she shared the photo and said it was okay to share. So congrats to her. Very excited about that. Last announcement, make sure I didn't miss anything. Last announcement is this. I told the ladies on the live stream, this is a little bit more sensitive of a situation, but this is a real thing. Women, our pool of men will greatly increase the more in shape we are. And so even though it's a taboo thing, even though it's not politically correct to talk about being out of shape, because we say, oh, all bodies are beautiful, the reality is men appreciate it when a woman is in shape and you feel better about yourself. So there have been some things that have worked for me, and I have been having great success just since I've started. I think I'm down 6 or 8 pounds. I have to check and see. But I want to share everything that has worked for me, and I want to encourage everyone. A lot of times people just need accountability. And so there is a whole program that I'm setting up. I've already set up, actually. All you have to do is DM me the word fitness, and I will add you to the group chat that has all the information. We've already had people start. It officially launches July 1st, but I'm getting everyone signed up now. And the first 10 women get a bonus workshop. There's going to be a workshop before we start to launch, but there's going to be a bonus workshop where I'm going to go in a lot deeper for the first 10 who sign up. So if you are interested, make sure you DM me on Instagram. Just DM me the word fitness. If you want to know about the singles feature, just comment singles feature. If you want to know about Patreon, comment Patreon. Okay, so now I think I'm actually ready for the singles feature. Let me go ahead and put this back up. And y'all in the back, stick around, please, because we have more time on the clock, and I'm going to bring y'all back up. Okay, we have Nia. We are bringing her to the stage. And oops, there we go. Why is it saying? Oh, there we go. My bad. Okay, so let me go ahead and ask her the question. That was so funny. All right, we're going to be asking her a series of questions. I have some preset questions that I'm going to be asking. It's a spicy question time. And yes, we'll drop your questions in. We will make them spicier and spicier until we get her to tap out. You can plead the fifth at any point if you want to, but we're going to start out nice and easy, okay? And if you guys follow her on Instagram, slide in her DM. We have her information right here. All right, so first things first, your name is Nia. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm Nia.
Very nice to have you, darling. Okay, sorry, I thought I was hearing background noises, but I guess we're not. Okay, first question, are you comfortable sharing your age?
Yes, I'm 49.
Okay, and do you have children?
I do not.
Okay, are you willing to relocate for love?
It depends.
Okay, all right. Have you ever been married?
No.
Okay, would you like to be married?
Yes.
All right. How long has it been since your last relationship ended? So basically, how long have you been out of a relationship?
2020.
Okay, so a couple of years.
I've dated, but the last relationship was 2020.
Okay. What would you say is your longest relationship? How many years? Or months?
It was 10 years off and on.
Okay. If we were to ask, this is a tough one. If we were to ask your exes to give us 3 things that you need to work on, what would they say? Come on, y'all, drop your questions.
Definitely listening.
Okay.
Patience. And I guess understanding. But again, that was 4 years ago. I've done a lot of work on me since then. So honestly, I'm not even the same, Nia.
Well, I give you props because most women wiggle out of that and give a politically correct answer. So kudos to you for being able to name 3 and quick off the dome. It's kind of like a, when you're in an interview, nobody's looking for perfect answers. They want to see how much you know yourself and are honest with yourself and take accountability. So kudos to you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Willie is always coming through with when is the last time you had sex? Okay. Good Lord.
Good question. That long ago.
She pulled through the calendar. All right. Oh my God, Willie. I said spicy. He said, okay, bet. All right. Are you
very spicy off the top?
Are you pleading the 5th or are we answering?
I'm going to plead the 5th. It's been a long time.
All right. We'll give her 3 passes to plead the 5th. Let's see. Do you want to be a wife or do you want a husband? Y'all got to ask the question. Don't let Willie run the
Definitely want a husband, but I am already a wife. I just need the husband.
Willie is really trying to get the tap out. Okay. Which tax bracket are you in? These are not my questions, y'all. These are y'all spicy questions.
Definitely 6 figures.
You said what?
Definitely 6 figures by myself.
Okay. Amanda said, yes, girl power. I saw that even on mute. Okay. What is the one thing about yourself that you feel needs improvement? Oh, good question, Lynette.
I thought I just said that.
That's what the guy would say that you needed, whether you can agree with or not. But she's saying this is one that you do agree with.
What do I feel? I'm definitely working on the patience. I'm an Aries, so we're a little hot-headed sometimes, but I'm definitely working on the patience.
Okay.
And because I've been single for so long, I need to feel comfortable with people in my space. So, yeah.
Okay. Will says, what keeps you from that yes? And I don't know that I know what that means. Do you know what that means?
What is the yes, William? What yes?
Yeah, I don't know.
Relationship fear.
Okay. Oh, we got one right before that. What is the worst thing you've done in a relationship? Oh, I did a post on Instagram with this one.
That's a good one. Not committed to the relationship. I've had friends. But again, I was in my 20s. So does that really count?
Well, it has to be technically it has to be in a relationship. So when that's your man, what's the worst thing? Oh my God, Willie, he will not let her be great with these questions.
Willie, I'm gonna need you to let me be great.
Right. Someone else got to pepper in the questions. Otherwise, Willie's gonna have back-to-back questions.
Okay, where we at now? What's the question that
what's the worst thing you did in a relationship? Like, what's the worst thing you did to a
boyfriend? The worst I've done. Taking a trip without him, but he didn't want to go.
Oh, okay. All right, she answered.
So I left him. He didn't want to go, so I went anyway.
He said I went anyway. Okay. So his question, he said, what is keeping you from marriage?
They don't want to commit. They haven't wanted to commit, so that's what's keeping me from being married.
Okay. Oh my God, y'all, when I said spicy, y'all took this seriously. Okay, first of all, Willie said, how many times have you cheated?
None.
She said none. Lorenzo wants to know if you're voting for Biden or Trump. Y'all, this is why y'all can't have nothing. And within 5 seconds, give an answer for both. I don't know. I don't give an answer for both presidents. I don't know what that means. Okay, so are you pleading?
I live in the DMV. I am not a Trump supporter at all. He can go right under the jail with all them 34 felonies he got. And if he did find his way in the office, I would really be ready to take me and my clearance overseas.
She said not. All right, she's still got 2 more pleads that she can fifths that she can plead. Okay. Okay, he said. Okay, I'm not reading that. Why did your last relationship end? Oh, Lynette's asking good questions tonight.
That is a good question because he allowed me to deal with some personal issues alone. My AC went out July 4th and I had to go get money from somebody else.
And
my car went out and I had to get the car fixed on my own. He allowed me to do too many things by myself. Okay. So that showed me you ain't really for me. I got to take care of me.
Okay.
So that's why it ended.
You should be very grateful to Dark Clouds. She asked you what your favorite genre of music is. You get a little break.
Thank you. Definitely R&B.
Okay. Oh, he says, have you been proposed to? That's what what's clear. Okay. Lorenzo says Rihanna or Beyonce?
Beyonce.
Okay. Drums or flats? I will judge you on this one.
Flats.
Yes, flat girl. Okay. Not Jacob. Okay. What is your ideal date?
Oh my gosh, the ideal date for me. Music is one of my love languages, so definitely going to listen to some live music. I am not a foodie. I eat, but I am not a foodie. So, I mean, yeah, we can eat, but that can't be the focus of the date. Like, definitely going to listen to some live music outside, a festival of some sort. That would be like ideal for me.
Okay. We're going to do one more question and then bring the panel back on. So y'all get yourselves ready to come back on. The last question is, did you both make 6 figures? The guy who wasn't taking care of the AC. All right. You guys give her a clap. She only pled the 5th one time. Great job. Okay, let's get back into this conversation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Y'all can reach out to her, Nia_Felice, if you want to slide on in her DM. All right, so let me add the good folks back to the stage. And y'all in the comments, since you have extended the time, this is your hour. So if you have a question you want to ask, you may do so. Those on the panel, you are absolutely welcome to ask questions yourself, bring up topics. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Anybody who is backstage with their camera off, you will be added back on once the camera is on. All right, guys.
Did anybody else peep the fact that she said clearance?
I did.
Yes.
Listen. That was a joy. That was a joy. Once we said that, I was like, oh, that comes with the badge and the last name. Y'all better be careful. Y'all better be careful.
I live in the DMV. The clearances come, they come a dime a dozen.
Listen, that means she can be back
tell
on
them,
set,
Winston. You been here. Tell them. The
I was like, it's so true.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have one.
So we're pretty much everybody works for the government in some capacity.
Hey man, as soon as we were all like, me and Jacob were on the back chat, like, ooh, that she's a real one. You better
People have clearances in the DMV like men in Atlanta have Hellcats.
Oh my God.
Pretty much.
Let me go to mute.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, y'all. So who has a question or a topic that they want to ask? Let me get to these comments and see. Not get the brooms ready. Okay.
Yeah, he talking about the Mavericks. That's cool. You will be watching the game at home. I'm gonna watch it courtside.
Wow.
Damn. I get to watch my team get swept courtside.
Alrighty then. Anywho,
he felt that. Listen.
Who has plans for Juneteenth? Anybody?
I'll probably go in for work.
Oh, that should be a holiday.
My job is giving us
Listen,
off.
I can't go to Dallas and hang out with y'all. You know,
You're a
I
Republican or
like out in the morning and then come back in the evening if I wanted to do that.
That you're a Republican? You working on Juneteenth?
Sure. Juneteenth don't pay my bills.
I'm working too.
It pays mine. Listen, it pays my bills. I'm so thankful. They said off. I said okay.
Right.
Listen, man.
Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. If y'all extend the time, y'all got to bring up some questions. You got to bring up some topics.
Somebody said that Winter from Love and Marriage DC.
Why you got to bust her out for that?
Somebody put it in the chat. I just read it.
Oh.
Yeah, somebody did. It's right there.
Yes, she is. Okay, did you guys see this? So many people sent me this video, and I have very strong opinions about this. But how many of you guys saw the video saying that a certain dating app, won't say the name, a certain dating app is intentionally discriminating against women of color? Has anyone seen that video?
I'm not surprised.
Everyone. Okay, so I'm gonna share my 2 cents.
I haven't.
Okay, so I'll tell what they're saying, but basically,
Can you direct me to where that is?
I definitely for you.
Please.
So I said that's really, there's no receipts, nothing. It just says, that women of color are not being shown, because when a guy's on there, they have to see women to be able to choose them. And they said that some women tried switching their ethnicity to Caucasian to see what would happen. And all of a sudden they were being featured. So this is my take, which is probably different than people expect from a woman of color. But as somebody who is, knows a bit about apps and things like that, algorithms, my first thought is businesses are trying to make money. A business is not a person. It's not some little man in the back like, I'm going to get them. Like, businesses are trying.
Can you do that again?
Okay. Businesses are trying to get the coin. So whatever they need to do to get the coin, they're trying to get the coin. So the way that dating apps work, whether you guys know this or not, but let's just say Manda is on there. And when Manda pops up, Kyle, Mont, Will, everyone's yes, click heart, DM. And then Yonci's picture comes up and everyone's like, next. Guess what happens with the algorithm? It's just like on Instagram and everything else. They're going to keep pushing Manda because they want to satisfy the male users. Same thing with a guy. If a guy comes on and everyone's like, woo, he's getting pushed to the top. And then I would imagine the women who get a lot of likes and the guys who are getting a lot of likes are probably going to be shown to each other. There's no reason why a guy who's getting no likes or a woman who's getting no likes is going to be put in front of a guy who's getting a ton of likes. So all I'm saying is, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm simply saying it would not be in the app's best interest to keep people away. Now, somebody theorized that, well, when you're not seen, you can boost yourself to get seen more. So maybe that's their strategy, but I'm not buying it. I'm going to shut up on the matter and hear what you guys have to say.
The only app that has a fair algorithm that doesn't care about who they show is the BLK app. And Yonci, from the data that we're collecting for the other thing, that's something that I was able to point out with my team when they were showing me the statistics and what the metrics were from the actual information they had gathered. The rest of these people, they post these apps, they post people who are the most attractive because they get people on the app. Because only people spending money on these dating apps are men. So men don't want to see a bunch of ugly women. They want to see the most attractive ones. And obviously we're not saying that black women are more unattractive than their less melanated counterparts. But as far as the app goes, they're not as profitable. So they're not going to show those women and feature them unless they've already had a bunch of right swipes on them. So you'll see 10 real skinny, petite, industry standard model non-melanated women because the majority of the men on the app are looking for those women. those are the women that are getting the right swipes. So if you go to the BLK app, one of the things that we've gained from, I think that so far we've looked at like 300,000 profiles over there, is that app posts anybody. Like no matter how you look, that is, a lot of people say that the app is also the app for obese minorities. Because the majority of the people on the app are. So one of the metrics that we've been looking through are, we're counting one, like, you know, the different profiles. Like, so we have a metric where we're looking for women who have masculine things in their profiles just for research purposes. But we're also looking to see who, like, women who body types don't fit what they pick. So there's a lot of girls who are putting thick or curvy that are overweight. And then there are also a lot of girls who are thick that are picking skinny because they know that men on there can go search by body type. So they're saying that, hey, I want to put the information out here that these men are searching for. So I don't think that any of these apps is going to lose money by discriminating against Black people when none of these people care. Like, these apps don't care enough. They just want to make us a bottom dollar. They're only making like 10 cents per user, and they're trying to get that 10 cents per user cost up. Sorry.
Anyone else?
What was the competition?
This is a capitalist country.
Hinge is discriminating against.
He just said the name.
Yeah, my bad. So I'm sorry. So
dang, the H word.
The only reason why I speak on it, because I don't want you guys to think that stuff. So, and it's something that I do professionally. Like, we're literally polling these sites, trying to pull information off for a project that we're working on. And I don't want you guys going through this like woe is me conspiracy theory shit, thinking that these apps are picking on Black women. They're not. They're catering to their audience. That is all they're doing.
The reality is just based off numbers. Like,
that's it.
It's just numbers. And so if you got majority white men, because they're the majority race, then they're going to be clicking skinny, white, So, you know what I mean? Like, we live in a capitalist society. People are going to go where the money is. And so the algorithm, if the algorithm has 80% of users are white men, and that's what they're clicking on, and that's what's going to be featured. So, yeah.
I do have a question for the guys on the platform and in the comments, and this is stemming from this question. What are y'all thoughts about colorism? So I'm the little backstory. I'm from New Orleans. A lot of us are Creole, so it's different complexions and everything. Like, my mom is Yonci color with hazel eyes and things like that because she's mixed. But when I got to college, I didn't know there was a thing with light skin, dark skin, because, like I said, my family, we just different shades of color. I just thought it was just that. But I've been seeing, like, since college, that a lot of guys are choosing, women are saying that a lot of guys are choosing based off of complexion. So do you think that's true, or?
I think it's
true.
nonsense.
I think it's historically what you've seen is that, you know, the light skin, long hair has been kind of a thing since, I mean, like the 70s. Yeah, but I would say it's changing. Kind of, I think my brother just said, kind of. I think it's changing significantly. I think the popularization and the affirmation of all the things that Black people have gone through, and like the natural hair and like all the things. I think that the pictures that we're showing now, I think beauty in all different shades. Like, most of the dudes I talk to now, like, they starting to have negative stigma and stereotypes for light skin, long hair, like stuck up, like I want a natural Black woman who you know what I mean? So I actually see it shifting from the conversations that I'm having with dudes.
Yeah, and I also think that it's important to look at who is saying it, because, and I'm going to tiptoe very lightly, there could be a plethora of other reasons why this woman is not being chosen.
Yeah.
And it can be convenient to say it's that color, because I guarantee you, if you have a baddie with chocolate skin and you got to fill in the blank with my complexion, doesn't matter if she got hair down her back, he picking the baddie. So I think that, you know, the only way to really look at that is if you had identical, you know, darn near identical bodies. Thank you, Jacob, for the Cash App. Darn near identical bodies, same, you know, long hair, whatever, maybe same colored eyes. but I don't see a lot of guys who are like, dang, she's light skinned, she's bad. It's usually
right.
That's really what you're focused on looking at. Like a lot of times that people pay attention to the things that don't want them. And when you're focused on that, then you're going to miss the opportunity of so many people that could potentially enjoy your presence.
Yeah,
And that's really like admire who you are. So colorism, it is a thing, but it's about as big of a thing as you want to make it. You know what I mean? Like there's multi levels of colors on this daggone platform right now.
Right.
I've seen a lot of
people. Go ahead, Willie.
I've seen a lot of people taking up for dark skinned women and the colorism things they go to, and like I've seen a lot of darker skinned women complain about it, but then they're the same women that laugh when they crack the big forehead jokes for light skinned women. So it's like it's on both sides. Like there's definitely saying jokes that come from saying dealing with dark skinned women is jokes that come from light skinned girls. They say light skinned girls, all the attitude is stuck in their forehead. You know,
how about the guys when they say light skin activity? What's the thing light behavior or something like that? Like
all of that. So like, you know, and then I'm obviously a lighter skinned guy. I grew up with my mom telling me I act like I'm dark skinned, like as a child. So I get it. Like I understand it, right? But I really don't think it's as bad as it like people seem. I think people just like say, well, people don't like me, so let me cling to this reason that's so common and popular, and I'm just gonna hide behind that and be like, oh man, these men aren't choosing me because I'm dark skinned, or for light skinned guys, well, these women like chocolate, man, so they're not choosing me because I'm not chocolate. It's not because I'm out of shape, I'm 5'2", I'm awkward, and you know I have mommy issues. It's because I'm light skinned. So like,
essentially, you'll find your own reasoning at the end of the day. You'll find
they're just placating themselves.
It's a reasoning that keeps the responsibility off of them. Exactly. That's where it becomes an issue.
And what we call that in good old psychology is called projection.
Projection, yeah, that's what I would say too.
There are a lot. I gotta tread lightly. This is a live show.
Stomp your feet. You all right?
I said, I do this for a living. There are so many things that we as women need to work on, and I hear all the time, like, why do we have to work on this? The men do too, and we talked about this in other episodes. Okay, actually, let me change the banner. Hold on. All right, let me put this up so that it's cohesive if I share the clips and stuff like that. Thank you, Jacob, for the blessing. So women will say, you know, why don't guys have to work on this and that? And I say they do, because if they don't get their stuff together, you're not checking for them. If they're working at a big box store making $15 an hour, you're not checking for them. If they don't have any game talking to women, you're not checking for them. So you don't. It's not okay, I signed up for a class, so you should have to sign up for a class. It's the what is it? The not the prize. What's the opposite? Like the consequence of you not doing the work is you're not going to get people you're interested in you. And so it is amazing to me how I will encounter women who are just completely not self-aware, and men too. Like some of you, we've talked privately. I won't put any names out there. We've talked privately about even, you know, sometimes in different group events and stuff. And it's like, these people are not aware of how they are coming across. And if you take a poll and you ask the majority of people who are watching, hey, what's your impression of this person? What's your impression of this person? They're probably all going to agree. And so one of the best things I can say as a coach that you can do, if you don't have a good sense of yourself, ask your tribe, ask your really close friends, ask your cousins, ask your mama, ask your daddy, ask the people and say, look, and you can make a joke like, I got my big girl panties on because I know this is not gonna be easy. What do I need to work on? And guess what you do? You see there's always a common thread.
You gotta be willing to take that information too.
But it will a lot of profoundly impact you. If you're very masculine, if you don't come across as feminine, if you are, you know, very aggressive, if you are defensive, if you are selfish, if you're boring, like these are not things that are easy to tell a client. But the reality is, like, there's a lot of work. And you guys, you got to stop saying, if I'm single, it's because the men are trash and the men don't pursue. And men, yes, some of those things can be true, but unless you're at your best, you're not enough to focus on yourself. And then how different men respond to you. Because you put two separate people in the same group of men, one is going to come out with darn near a boyfriend, the other one, men are going to be running from. So
I think that is the hardest thing to communicate to women. And Yonci, before I got into TV, I was doing coaching as well. And for the most part, it is very difficult to hold women accountable, and it's easy to blame. For the most part, you can tell a man he's wrong, and I'll see men try to fix it versus a woman who will argue down if you point out, hey, you'll up your chances if you lose 10 pounds. We see that as, well, you're discriminating against my body and he should be able to love me.
Exactly.
And it's like, well, that's true. But when a man looks at you, he's not thinking about anything else but what you look like. And the reality is your chances of love are going to be higher the better shape you are in. That's just what it is. That's not going to change. Yes, there are exceptions to everything, but for the most part, the better shape you are, the better your chances. But I will share a little bit of a personal story with this because it absolutely changed my dating life post-divorce. I was married to my ex-husband for 15 years. We had 4 children together. He was an ex-NFL player, was living the life. He was a typical NFL player. He cheated, had children outside of our marriage. I decided to move outside of the marriage and file for divorce.
I'm sorry, was she incentivized to leave, you guys? Which I don't know if you were here on this segment. Was that she was incentivized to leave?
Yes, because if she wasn't, she wouldn't have left.
Huh?
If she wasn't, she wouldn't have left. You mean not no
Right.
like
Right.
that's the wrong hill to try to die on because he was ex NFL player. So yes, leaving an athlete
But
or a
I'm
celebrity.
saying, okay, so sorry. Let me put it this way. Do you think that she left because she was unhappy, or do you think she left because she was so excited to get to the severance bag?
I think that she left because she knew there was a severance bag, and it wasn't. I'm saying that's but it's only
Not
because
she was married to and have her kids.
only because she was married to an athlete. If she had been married to a regular dude, then the argument would make sense. But she was married to an athlete that was going to get the abnormal support. Like,
but that doesn't make any sense. Why would somebody get married and pop out 4 kids to want to
You talking about 4 kids, bro? Like, I'm sorry, like damn the marriage, like that's 4 kids, bro. Like that's a lot of work.
I want to be clear because that's a misconception about a lot of NFL wives. For the ones that get with them new money, sure. But I met my ex-husband when we were 19 years old. We got married.
That makes perfect sense. Then I have no argument there.
Okay,
right, that's what I'm saying. Like there has to be consideration there.
That is the outlier because that's not what happens.
Nobody.
No,
it's
definitely. I understand what you're saying, and yes, there are those, but there are also a lot of me where we met as kids. We didn't know he was going to go to the NFL. It's just something that happened as his career progressed as an athlete. But we were young, dumb, fell in love, started having kids, whatever.
I have nothing to say to that. That makes perfect sense to me.
Right, that's a yield moment. Like that's what we were all thinking. Like there has to. When she said 4 kids, I was like, you know what? She believed in that man, and they were young, dumb, and full of, you know what I mean. As soon as I said 4, she said 4 kids. I'm like, yep.
Question. You met him when he was 19. Was he playing D1?
Yes, he was a D1 player, but I didn't know anything about football. I literally was a young country girl, just someone I happened to meet in college. We fell in love. I didn't even date. So funny story. I didn't even date athletes. I thought they were stupid. And so
listen, I can write a book on this. Like I swear to God, I'm like,
I literally, he really was a smart guy. So that was opposite of what we got together for. All that to say, when he cheated and I left, I tell women all the time, I could have left pointing the finger because I had every reason to. He had 2 children while we were married with mistresses. He cheated a lot, and I could have taken the stance of being the victim and blaming him and saying, you know, I have a right to be this bitter woman. But I also at some point had to acknowledge at times in our relationship where I wasn't the best I could have been. I don't take responsibility for his cheating, but if I wanted to move forward and have healthy relationships myself, I had to look introspectively, and I did, and it has served me well since. Most women cannot get beyond themselves and their pain and hurt long enough to do that. It's not about what happened to you. It's, do you owe your healing and yourself enough to be able to move forward in a healthy way, to acknowledge and work on some of your shortcomings so you're not perpetuating some of those negative traits that you have in new relationships? Otherwise, I would be a bitter woman still by myself, mad about what happened. And even having 4 kids has not hindered me in my dating life. I've had very successful relationships, and I'm in an incredible relationship now with a wonderful man, but I would not be here if I wasn't willing to do the work inside myself and not blame the things that I've experienced in my relationships of the past. All I gotta say.
I was saying, I can vouch for leveling up. Like, winter in my life is just very weird. We've always said how our lives very much parallel. Even right now, we both in love at the same time, and it's just crazy. But she will take accountability and see the things. You know, she had a very, very public story that happened, and, you know, do your research, but she was able to look and still say, like, okay, what could I have seen, or what could I have, you know, ask her friends. She's like, why did y'all say anything? So, you know, there, kudos to women who take accountability. That's all, you know, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's necessary.
It's absolutely necessary. Even if someone's doing something majorly wrong, you could still look and say, like, how can I avoid this in the future? Or what did I not see? Or what was my blind spot or whatever? So, you know, kudos for that.
Yeah.
Jacob says your words are refreshing.
Jacob's question. Don't forget you got to ask Jacob a question too, because he paid for it.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, he did ask a question. Oh, I asked him to put it in a form of a question. He mentioned a topic, which I did ask for topics.
But the question was, can we discuss why women are misusing the term thick?
Right, but I'm saying so to me that's not really answerable. It's kind of that's more so a statement, like women are misusing the word thick. I don't. If you guys could answer it, then, you know, go ahead. But I was hoping he could put it into
thick.
like a question.
Thick meaning what?
I need an explanation.
Yeah, what does
so
y'all know where he getting at.
Yeah, I know. What he? I
like versus that.
What is the question?
No,
so Winter thought the same thing I thought. Like
about the app. Yeah, we were talking about the app, and I think that came from the app where he was saying that women label themselves as thick, but when you actually see them, it's not that they're thick; they're just overweight. They're using the word thick to hide. I think Willie's statement was to hide their obesity.
So I guess I would change it. If I was putting it as a question, I would say it like this. Do women know what thick means, or what is everyone's definition of thick? Because otherwise it just seems like a statement, like women are misusing that term. So I wasn't what'd you say?
You even said bingo when you said it. So yeah, that's the question. There you go.
Yeah, so what my understanding of thick, because I didn't hear it until I had started putting weight on, because I was always bone thin, like I looked like olive oil. And so when I started putting on weight, it was when I started gaining hips. So my stomach was so flat, and I always have had a big old butt. Like I said, I look like the letter P, you know, I was little. And so, but when I finally started getting hips after I had kids, and then I started filling out with curves, and I thought it was an insult because I grew up in the Caucasian community and being stick thin is celebrated. So when a guy was talking about my size, I immediately thought it was a negative thing. And so that's when they educated me and said, you basically got meat on your bones. But from my understanding, it does not mean you are out of shape. You've got jiggles. You've got bellies hanging over your head. You know, you're not having to wear Spanx. That's my understanding of thick. So how would you guys describe thick?
That's like people saying slim and skinny is the same. I was like, no, slim and skinny is not the same
at all.
I think
it's not the same.
Wait, y'all define that
proportions. Thick is all about proportions. It's nuanced, right? It's nuanced, but men know what we see when we see it. Like you can be borderline obese like to us, right? But if you the right proportions, it's like, all right, I do that, right? Like it's all about proportions. Like you can be proportions with a tad bit of weight, like kind of, you know, and it's a level to it. You can go up to a certain level where you kind of hit the cusp of, you know, big girl and not, but you know, it's all about proportions.
Then the weight got to be in the right places. Like it can't be if you're top heavy, but then you ain't got no bottom. Then you know, in some instances, you look really weird.
That's
but
not fit.
It just depends on the preference.
Dude, Willie say that's crazy. Dude, that's funny. Willie hilarious.
What did Willie say?
I didn't mean to say it out. I thought I was muted for one, but
no, you was not.
He know he wasn't muted.
I'm doing two things right now.
He said, "Yeah, that's crazy."
Willie's a fool.
But I think we can agree that top heavy is not thick. It don't work that way. It got to be the other way around. That don't count.
I don't think that's so subjective though, because what
It's
may
not.
be thick
It's
to
not
one
subjective.
may not be thick to someone else. I don't know.
So that's. Oh, go ahead.
I think the only people who misuse the word thick, and again, I don't mind being a bad guy, Yonci, are women who know they're not. I think that everybody else, they know that they're thick. Like I'm trying to think of a nicer way to say it, but that's literally what it is. Like if you look,
how would you describe thick?
My thick is like built like a stripper that makes a bunch of money. So that's like give you the image. If
So
you
like a positive thing.
Yeah, like you're saying, you know, the hip, slim waist, flat stomach, large, you know, whatever, jiggly, soft, whatever else, like cool. One thing that I will say is that big feet bother me on thick women. Anyway, so it's never been like a confusion for men. We know what thick is. Like, and then the men who do use thick incorrectly are big themselves. So they try to say, oh, I don't want to admit that I like big girls, so I'm gonna call my girls thick. The same way big girls don't want to admit that they big, so they call themselves thick. And that's how a lot of these dudes get catfished. Like they show, you know, the cute face angle, but when they go on a date, they bring 250 extra pounds that no one knew about.
I can't.
I mean, he's being.
Tell me I'm lying though.
I think stomach and arm are gonna dictate thick.
That's a good description.
Stomach and is her arm like jiggly? Like that is, if she's carrying weight in her arm and her stomach, then she's not. In our minds as men, she's not thick. I don't care what she got going on up top. I don't care what she got going on down low. If her stomach is big.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Someone said it was a flat. If you have a flat stomach but thick thighs.
Those are definitely
No, your stomach don't have to be flat as long as the butt sticks out further than the stomach.
What did
Yeah,
they
you
say?
don't have to have like a super flat stomach. Like most of us date women that have kids, and I don't know too many women that have kids that also have flat stomachs. So like
rock board abs is not what.
Yeah, we don't want you to have a six pack. You know what I'm saying? That's weird.
I
don't want to hug you and then feel like your belly button touching me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You don't want to feel like what?
I don't want to hug you and then feel like your belly button is touching me. Like you can have like, you know what I'm saying, some stomach. But we're just talking about like that Miss Alabama thing that just happened. We can't do that.
What's the Miss Alabama thing?
Have you not seen Miss Alabama?
Let me Google.
Okay.
Make the Google.
Yonci, when I text it to you got to put it up though.
Oh my God. I can't.
Oh.
Thank you. There you go.
Somebody said it.
What do you mean a Miss Alabama?
Look at your phone.
You gotta Google it.
I already pulled it up.
Just
you gotta
Google.
post it.
And nobody wants to mistake your belly.
They got this girl looking like Courtney Starboard running lights on a boat.
It's not great. It's not great.
Like in a red and green outfit.
Y'all, so StreamYard makes me have to convert it to a
PDF. Ooh, okay.
PDF.
I see Miss Alabama.
Oh wow, yeah. I can see.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't understand why there is this push for, I get somebody not hating themselves. I get that. But this is the part that to me says a lot of the stuff that we're pushing is BS. If a person had a choice if somebody who is severely overweight or even 30 pounds overweight was given a choice and said you could snap your fingers and be slender or toned, there's no question. When I talk to dating clients and I say, what do you want? Well, I want a man in shape. And I say, well, would you say you're in shape? Well, no. And so, or they'll say, I'm insecure about going out or wearing certain things. Why? Because I'm overweight. Okay. So if you know that you are overweight, why do we have to play the game and act like being overweight isn't a thing? Like for me, it's there's nothing personal about it. When I don't have a stomach, when my arms are not flabby, I feel better.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that's something from society. I think that's just like we are made to be a certain way. You look at kids, like the way kids are born. They're not born with excess this and that, and they're wheezing trying to get up the stairs. They're in relatively good shape unless there's like a health condition.
Right.
So for me, it's like if the person's getting there because they're just not watching what they're eating and they're blowing up, I feel like we need to get rid of this political correctness and stop putting it in the forefront to be celebrated, and not saying that we should celebrate people who look like skeletons with skin wrapped on them, but we don't.
We need to start celebrating being healthy.
Why are we acting like everyone else needs to do that?
And I was going to say that it's about the health.
We need to start celebrating healthy life.
Right.
That's
it.
I also think we.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
I was about to say, I also think we can't be disingenuous also at the same time. Like, it doesn't look good, right? We can talk about health and we can talk about all that stuff. It's not attractive. And I think they need to know that. And we want everybody to be healthy, but it don't look good. So
and this is
you don't even think it looks good. That's the part that I'm trying to get. You don't even think it looks good. That's why you're buying Spanx. That's why you're trying to do different angles. All these women who are saying men are shallow, they shouldn't, then if you truly thought that it looked good, you would let it all hang out. You would be showing everything.
Right.
I have way more fun getting dressed when everything is tight and toned, no matter if my guy likes it or not, like if he's bothered or not. I personally feel better. And to me, I feel like not only is fitness about being in shape, it's about having self-control. Mm-hmm. It's like if you're a person who's always running late, lack of self-control. Overweight, lack of self-control. You can't get stuff done, you can't keep a job, lack of self-control. A lot of these things, my thing is I want to strive to be in control in all areas of life. Ideally. And am I where I want to be? No. But having that discipline and getting back in there, because I think you guys know I went on a fitness journey a couple years back, and I had a trainer, and then I herniated a disc, and I was just mentally, it just ruined it for, I had to try to get better. But I finally started getting back in it. And that's the thing for me. It's like I feel better about myself when I know I'm eating right and I'm doing what I need to do and not making excuses,
Yeah, absolutely.
The conversation left, but why do you think right now I'm hearing this has been a big conversation? I'm in a couple different groups, as I told you, especially with Black or struggling with their weight. I help them with personal training stuff. But what about Ozempic?
I've heard about that. I follow somebody who swears by it.
Yeah. Why is it taboo right now? I'm not understanding.
So
why it's so taboo and people are like women are not wanting to tell people that they own it.
As a weight loss clinic owner, that's one of my businesses, and we do sell these shots. So what I will tell you is this: these women come into these places like they're going to have an abortion, like they're trying to they're not coming in there like they got hoodies on.
Injections.
It's
90 degrees right now, and it's the same reason a lot of people don't want to tell each other like the world they had procedures and stuff done, and because those shots. Crazy. They do work. You're going to lose 15% of your body fat in about 4 to 6 months. But those first 2 months, though, you lose so much weight that it's noticeable. So people will typically what we see our customers do is they'll, I look at a lot of them online, they'll start working out 2 or 3 weeks before they come in the clinic so they can build that reputation. I've been in the gym. And then 2 months later, they posting pictures, getting ready for the summer. Being like, oh no, I'm saying work hard, not selling no flat tummy tea, no what does that phentermine? Whole time been coming to see us every week to get their injections. And it's just as taboo. It's like people don't want you to know like what their secret is. But if you look at any of these celebrities that have used to been fat, aren't fat now, every one of them is either on Ozempic, Mounjaro, or tirzepatide. And all three of those are super popular. And
they are
in
not
our
great for your
community,
bodies.
that stuff
They
is
are
like
not
crack
great.
right now.
Would anybody care if they found out that a person lost weight for that using that?
No, not
I
at
was
all.
I don't.
Here's where I would get upset if let's say if you have diabetes or something and you're using Ozempic for the purpose of watching and monitoring your stuff, which is what it's primarily used for.
Yeah, that's what I
No,
heard.
you go ahead and you monitor your health. No more than I would take it as blood pressure medication. But if you are unwilling to step inside my realm, but you expect me to maintain your idea, I'm in the gym every day. And if you can't meet me 1 to 2 days a week, like, what are you expecting? I'm going to look at your Ozempic like, I know people who've been in the gym know when your skin be hanging off you.
Exactly.
Because your body is losing weight rapidly and your skin ain't aligning to the weight that is. We know.
Ozempic is just steroids for fat people.
It's your
But
responsibility.
you make a good.
I'm sorry, but what I was going to say is it's your responsibility, even if you're doing those weight loss things, you need to do, you can't make it look easy. There are no shortcuts in this world.
Nope.
You got to do the work.
Nope.
And the thing that I was going to add is that because there's the person I follow, she was struggling to lose weight. She was like busting her tail. She said she was working out, eating healthy, all this stuff, and she just plateaued at a certain point. It was so discouraging. So for her, it was like this little thing to get her over the hump. But what I thought about when you were talking is if a person is going to this as a, kind of like get rich quick type of scheme, but for weight loss, they're not changing their diet. So they're going to try it. It's like somebody who gets their stomach stapled and then they want to still eat, or they get surgery. They're going to either gain it back or think that they're going to have a lifetime on that. So if they
it is, but now, I mean, it's become like you have to think about it. If you're overweight, right, you're probably on 5 to 10 different medications, right? Especially the older you get. Right. But if you're trading that in for a lifetime of a shot every week, that's the difference. So most folks that I know now who are on it or have just made up in their mind, I'll be on this for the rest of my life, but I've just traded in 10 pills for a shot every week, right? Because now their diabetes is under control, their blood pressure is under control, and the drug is kind of numbing your cravings. They're actually starting to use it. Yeah, they're starting to use it for drug addicts, like people who have addiction, because it starts to numb out that like sensation of like I have to have.
It does your GPH1 and receptors, which is gonna let you know like it's your steady point. So it makes you think that you're full longer than you were. And I think we had like 2,900 customers. Maybe 200 of them people actually have diabetes. And they're all like have accepted the fact that they're going to stay on it. And most of them, we don't make the diet, the dietitian part is an extra fee. We may have sold like another 200 of those. We offer free workout plans. I offer I can point you to a weight loss person and fitness trainer here in the area. They don't want it, they just want the shot. They want to come in, get their shot, and go home. They come in dressed, baggy clothes, hoodies on, and they go in there, the alcohol packed clothes, and then you get your shot and then you leave. So it's a good business model though, because they'll be there forever.
It's
sounds expensive.
It is.
And how much is it? How much does it run, Willie?
Overweight is expensive
for
though.
Everything?
Like how much does it run to get a shot per session of shot? Yeah.
4 shots is $600. So that's a month.
It's late.
That's not bad.
I know somebody.
Send me that info. My stepmom, she need that.
What you say, man?
Send me that info, Willie. My stepmom, she been trying to get on it.
Oh yeah, it's all telemedicine. So no ad for that, but that's one of the things too, that when the people they come in and I don't have a dog in the fight. I would say that also that I am very glad that my woman doesn't need stuff like that. I would rather put her on a table than have her going getting hooked on Ozempic. There's no way that I would want her to be stuck on getting a shot forever to maintain a weight, because when you come off of Ozempic, your body's going to go back to your whatever your habits were.
Oh, wow.
People don't change their eating habits. As soon as they stop taking those shots,
yeah,
all that weight back. And
that cravings. Yeah, because those cravings come back immediately. That's why I said a lot of people just in their brain, they're like doing the math of, okay, I'm taking 10 pills, and eventually most people who are overweight long term, getting their 50s and 60s, and they have heart attacks, they have medical issues. So they're like, man, if I got to be on a shot for the rest of my life, then so be it. At least I won't be big no more.
All right, Monte. I see that drink trying to slide it underneath the screen.
So sweet. You say you want a cocktail? Oh, I guess you're staying on 2 more hours. I said,
what's up? What's up, bro?
I told him we're both shared.
So Willie, my sister, she's a diabetic. She doesn't take Ozempic because her doctor said in the long run it's going to impact, I think, her kidneys or something like that.
It does something to
You can stay on if you have diabetes, your cycle is going to be like 6 months on and then a year off. So what they'll do is people will run through they 6 months, lose that weight, and then and start like trying to party and take all the Instagram pictures and all that crazy, all that vain shit, and then just deal with it until they can get back on it and then try to maintain. But again, like we almost got 3,000 customers. They ain't been open for 2 months. What I'm telling you is that of those customers, maybe 100 of them are actually like in the gym, also making lifestyle changes, like, or are serious about it, or aren't doing it because they got a wedding in August, or they got a girls trip in July. They trying to lose the last 15 pounds for. So, the businessman in me, I'm gonna take your money, like, because legally I'm not doing anything wrong. But like when I look at people come in, I'm kind of like, nah, couldn't be mine.
The crazy thing is what makes me laugh is when those same people start an exercise thing now. So now they professional gym rats, and knowing they're getting shots in their butt every couple of weeks.
I'm gonna send you somebody's page right now on Instagram, and you'll know. Like, and I told you it's the timeline, right? They start going to the gym like 2 or 3 weeks before they come in the clinic. They get their shots, and then they start posting a bunch of workout like content, like, oh my God, going hard, getting my 15,000 steps. Man, you got your 1,500 MCUs of Ozempic. Stop playing. But
okay, first of all, Willie, I just started my program, so let's be clear. I was playing. You're not gonna see me drop 20 in the next 2 weeks.
Even just going.
I take that to my grave. Monte, like if Yonci dropped 30, look, I'm not telling nobody. I'm not telling nobody. I'm be like, hard work and dedication. But you can tell because like your eyes will get sunk in real quick, but the back of your arms is gonna be the last thing to get.
It's the Jones right here.
All right, wow. You can tell like the Ozempic bodies when you see them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like girls who like when they take their pictures, they use like the bathing suit ties to pull their stomach tighter. Like you just know if you've seen it enough, like you'll recognize all it.
Wow.
He's not lying.
Oh my God. Y'all, Jacob submitted another question, and since he gave a $10 tip, I will let him ask. All right. Jacob is asking, what is love? So
baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Oh my goodness. I'll share my philosophical answer after other people do.
I'll go first. Love is wanting better for them than they want for themselves.
You said what? What did you say?
Love is wanting better for them than they want for themselves. I think that kind of covers everything.
Love to me is actionable principles that drive and promote health, wellness, and life for the next person next to you, including yourself. You cannot do it without doing it for yourself. It is actionable steps that promote life and health for the person next to you. That's what I believe love is, but you can't do it without first doing it for yourself.
Thank you, Jacob. He
I
said
have
he's
a
trying
different
to use the positivity into these discussions.
What we talking about that was negative.
Maybe he's just saying extra positive. I don't know.
Both of y'all been positive.
Negative yet.
I think that love is not a feeling, which a lot of people say, like, oh, I love this person, because a feeling can go. I think that a lot of times it's sparked by a feeling, maybe, you feel all those butterflies, but I think at a point you make a decision, and you make a decision to care for that person. And I remember when this guy, I always jokingly say it could have either sounded really creepy or really romantic. But the first time I even hinted at like, oh no, we had an argument, is this the end? He's like, we're in this. Like, there's no breaking up. If we hit a bump in the road, we work it out. We figure it out. Like, that's all that is. And it was like, okay, so you don't have to worry about that fear all the time in the back of your mind. But I think that's really what it is. It's a decision. Like, I've picked you, you've picked me. And no matter what happens, we're going to stay, and not just stay, but we're going to treat each other with respect. So I think it's caring for a person with respect, holding yourself to the same standard that you're trying to hold them to. And I also think it's proactively trying to blow their hair back, as I like to say, learning what they like, what makes them tick. Because my God, if I'm gonna do everything on my own, I may as well be single. So if I'm loving on someone, I want to know what they like to eat, what makes them happy, what things do they want to hear, what activities do they want to do, what do you not like? And so I think all of that would be what love looks like from a relational standpoint.
Love for me is action, patience, and kindness.
I got a different take on love. I don't think love is like, I don't think actions are attached to love. I personally think that love is in every form unconditional. And I think that love is not something that you choose. I think it's something that it chooses you. Like your body will dictate what you attach yourself to, right? You can be with a man and he loves the mess out of you, and he do everything for you. And for whatever reason, you cannot bring yourself to feel the same about him, no matter what you do. Right now, he loves you. I don't think it's love back the other way. Like I think love is unconditional, and somebody can cheat on you, and you still love them. Like somebody can cheat on you, still love them, but the relationship isn't conditional. You're not going to be in a relationship with them. If
Willie,
that
that
makes
was
sense.
for you.
So
sorry, that was for Willie. He said love being able to overcome the Android iPhone.
I saw him with that. I was like, he a fool.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, Mon. He's over here giving us
whole nut.
stuff, and I'm being silly.
A whole nut, yo.
So you're saying you can't control who you love. What about the people who say, "Oh, I love him, I love her, I love him," but their actions don't back it up?
Exactly.
Are you saying that that's still love?
That's not.
I love him, but I'm cheating, and I'm
anything that does not incite you to journey forward.
No,
is
so what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, love is a feeling to me. Love is a feeling. Love is real, right? You can love somebody and that person just cheated on you. You yourself, I don't love you no more. You can't do that. You can't say I don't love you no more and tell your body to just detach itself, right? You can take your body and take yourself somewhere else and be like, I'm no longer going to be in a relationship with you because this relationship was conditional. If you would have to be committed to me. But you don't get to just be like, I don't love you no more, and I'm gonna tell my body that. You don't get to do that. You still feel that way about that person, and over time it'll go away. Love is a feeling, and I think me. So if me and my girlfriend get married, and I choose her, you can say I'm choosing her because of love, but I'm choosing her because I made a decision and I made a choice and I made a commitment. Like with my homies, like I don't tell them I love them. I'm just one of them people. I can't do it. I don't tell you I love you. But if you need me, I'm there every time because of loyalty, right? They say they love me. Exactly. I'm loyal to them through whatever you need, I'm around, right? I'm not gonna tell you I love you because I don't know if it weird to me. I only said it to my girlfriend and my mom and my kids, but they tell me that. Even though I don't tell them I love them, listen, anything you need, and they already know. I've always been there because I'm loyal. Right, I respect you. We respect each other. It's mutual. But the love thing, I don't know.
So are we?
I hear you saying.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Go ahead, please.
What you're saying, it sounds like you. I agree with you when you said that you can't always tell your body and make the decision for your body. Like I agree with that. So I do think love is not limited to being a feeling. So it's not just a feeling. It affects your emotions. Absolutely. It can spark them. It involves them. But there is a decision. I hear you saying action too. like you're saying, like, this is what I do. I'm loyal.
That's
like,
what
I'm
got
loyal
me
to
too.
these
He
people.
said it's
Yeah,
not
like,
an action, but chose the
yeah,
action.
yeah,
Oh,
but
that's
you're acting.
interesting.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So that was what was confusing me. Is like, man, you're saying that it's a feeling, but this feeling is affecting your actions, and the way you're describing and proving the love is through your actions. And so that's what I feel like it's both. I feel like you're saying is, I mean, Yonci said this too. Like, I think we have to be careful. Like, I think it's both and when we say that it's limited to, I think sometimes we hear it's limited to each one. So it is a feeling or it is an action. I think it's both, right? And I think that's kind of what I'm hearing you say, because it was interesting the way you was communicating it. Also, Willie, check the message.
I don't think love is always. I don't think we can quantify love by actions.
And I don't
Really?
think that anybody. I don't think that
I don't think it can
anybody
be
is
quantified
trying to completely isolate or quantify them solely by their actions. However, what we've done, and especially us as men, is that we have not been a good representation of love. We have not, and then as a result, we can say, okay, love is just either this or it's either that. But as men, I mean, I grew up in the 80s. My father didn't say he loved me until I was about 37. I was raised old school. He was like, I fed you, didn't I? I bathed you. I made sure that you learned how to cook. And that's how he represented love. That was his actionable principle.
So
My mother was a, please excuse my finger. My mother, she showed me love in her most vulnerable time. She told me stories, and with the stories beget lessons, and she showed me who I was in a way that was more palatable. I love has 8 different variations that until you really understand those 8 different variations, we operate on manic love a lot, being insane in love. I'm crazy in love. There are other love is patient, love is kind, love is long suffering,
Yeah.
love is gentle, love is conditionally practiced with this embodiment first. And the level of love that you ascertain with this person is how you're going to love the next person. So if
Okay.
you love your person only to feel good, then you only want to make that person feel good for a certain amount of time.
My question would be to Mont, because you were saying it's not an action. Would you believe a person who said with their mouth that they loved you, but never displayed it with action?
Hell no.
I think a lot of people struggle with things within themselves. And I think a lot of people can love you, but that doesn't mean that they're not struggling with something bigger inside of themselves. Right? So you can be with somebody and they do love you, right? And it takes them a long time to actually for they're like, you know what? I'm going to try to change, right? Because for so long they may have been struggling to find out who they are, struggling to find out what makes them happy, right? That they're having an identity crisis. And they may not see that until a certain point, and they can still love you, but to that point they haven't shown you by displaying their actions that they love you, if that makes sense.
So would you find it acceptable if the person didn't show you, but they truly meant it?
Me personally, no. I need, like, relationships with me are conditional, so it's certain things that I expect from you. There's certain things that you expect from me, and if we don't meet that criteria as far as for the relationship, I wouldn't want to be with you. Now you can still love me and I can love you, and we can not want to break up. But if you cheat on me, I'm a man. So regardless of, I will never get back with a woman cheat on me. Never.
Yeah.
Some guys do because they weak when it comes to that. Never. I don't care how much I love you. It's never going to happen.
Because I just feel like the action
But
is.
I understand what y'all saying, though.
I mean, that's biblical. The
Understand what
Bible
you're
literally
saying.
says, where Christ talks and he says, if you love me, then keep my commandments. I think that people have a feeling sometimes confused with love. Like, you make me feel good. You make me feel butterflies. You make me feel pretty. You make me feel handsome. You make me feel, and it's about you. It ends up being selfish. Like, you give me this reaction and people are calling that love. To me, when it's sacrificial, that's when it's actually love. When I'm getting up and making that 3 a.m. sandwich. When I am, when I'm leaving the house and go changing a tire because you need to, when there's nothing that's in it for you and you're doing it for the sake of the other person's betterment, to me, that's love. And that's when I feel the most love, is when everything isn't convenient, but yet you're still doing it. This hurts you. Even if it's like, I'm going to break up with you because I know I don't want a relationship. That's love to me. Like I could selfishly keep you around and just waste another year of your life. To me, love has to be in action.
Yeah, loving enough to let somebody
For
go.
clarification,
I agree.
purposes, I was the one leaving the house, changing the tires.
I wanted them to think it was me.
The other way around.
Man, you can't have Monty out here look crazy like that. Sounds like love to you is selfless stuff. Like it's the selflessness. Like when you're willing to do things.
I remember so recently there I must run over because there were 2 nails in the tire, and I was out running errands, and it was so nice to just be like, this is what I need, and I knew he was just going to show up. Like it was not a question. I remember seeing posts about that, like, hey, if you're with a guy or you're sleeping with a dude and you can't even call him when you have car trouble, you guys all seen those posts? Like if you can't call him, that's a problem, And I remember the person who showed it to me, this guy randomly like came to the side of the car. He's like, you have a flat tire, your back tire. And I said, oh, thank you. He said, I'm so sorry I can't stick around. And I said, that's okay. I got a man. Like I ain't worried about that. But to me, it's how you show up. It's how you show up. And if you're willing to be inconvenienced for the sake of the person, and then in reverse too, this does go back. I'm not being funny. This goes back to the 3 a.m. sandwich. The other person is also not asking you to do something crazy. Like I had a friend, and I remember she wanted me to come pick her up from the tow truck. And I was like, but you're paying for the tow truck. And she just didn't want to ride in the tow truck. And I was in the middle of studying for finals for college. And I just remember thinking, that's really selfish, because you're literally already paid for the service to have the tow truck driver, but you want me to come. So I think that's a 2-way street, is also not asking that person unnecessarily what you don't need.
Yeah.
I ended a relationship with someone that I felt like was a brick. And I would tell him, like, you say you love me, but you are legitimately like a brick wall. You have no emotion. You show no emotion. And he would tell me, like, I'm showing you in action. I'm like, well, what is the action? Like, I'm confused.
Can I get a power conversation?
Yes. And I'm so serious. Like, it wore me out. And I just realized, for me, that wasn't the type of relationship that I wanted. Like I wanted a man where he didn't necessarily have to be sappy like most men are not, but at least be able to communicate and express in some capacity. And he couldn't do it at all. I do think it was rooted to past trauma, but it was just a no-go for me. So
Winter, you made me think of another topic. Okay, what if your person can't speak your love language?
Deal breaker.
This is a really good
leave. You better leave.
Deal breaker.
Walk away.
Yeah, you gotta
put
go.
your 10 toes to the ground.
Deal
and you better
breaker.
put right over to the left, and then the left to the right.
It's a deal breaker, but I think you got to give people time, because most folks love people out of their own love language. So they're trying. So a lot of people are trying, but they're trying to do it by what they feel like is love. Like, this is what I would want if I were you. So they don't. So sometimes it's hard to do that, and you got to give people time. They need to be interested, so they need to ask the questions. They need to be aware. But you got to give them time, because that ain't something you do overnight.
So, counselor, I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you, counselor. No, he already put his resume out there. He put his resume. We got to hold him.
He actually put the lowest thumb too. He's got a loftier title.
I give a person 90 days. Like, if I'm invested, I give a person 90 days, which is a season. What do you say?
I agree with you. Here's my question. So if somebody, for example, does not have words of affirmation as a love language naturally, let's just say, and for most people, they'll say, that's not how I grew up. for them, it is like crawling out of their skin, trying to say certain things. They feel corny. They feel it feels forced. Like how? Because it's one thing to want to do that for the person, but it's another thing to be able to do it. So how does a person get past feeling corny or like wanting to laugh? Like if you're not a words of affirmation, it's hard to be like, oh baby.
Again, who are you feeling corny?
It's like old boy. What's my boy down there vaping right now? What's his name?
Somebody's vaping.
Oh,
I thought it was. Oh, that's a pen. My bad. I thought it was a vape. My bad.
Not a vape pen. I mean, no judgment if you were. I just didn't see it.
I want to judiciously share a story only because this can actually be watched on my show. So this was a huge thing with someone I dated. And he was not in words of affirmation, but my love language is words of affirmation. And secondary to that is gifts. And I mean, they have to be thoughtful, not just buying me a bunch of bags and stuff. Like I like thoughtful things. Anyway, so he took it upon himself to write me a love letter. Cool, because he knows words of affirmation are my thing. I was good with that. I felt like it's the effort that counts. That's all that matters until I later, for whatever reason, I read it again and it just stuck out to me. I'm like, this seems very interesting. So I typed a few of the words that he put in this love letter in Google and it pulled up.
Did he hit you with the pretty wings? Did he say time will bring the real end of our trials? One day there'll be no remnants.
Did you do this? You ain't do this on TV. You didn't do this to him on TV though. You didn't do this whole.
No, I wouldn't do that. But we did have to have a conversation because for me, I would much rather you stumble through your own, manufacturing of whatever you thought words of affirmation, but to Google it and copy it and pass it off as your own, I was pissed because I'm like, you just
lyrics to a song.
No, it was words to a point.
Close enough.
He plagiarized the letter with. Wow.
We sing songs to women that we like.
We
send women lyrics to songs we like. So I mean, I think the issue should be getting caught. Like he didn't have this common sense to be like, all this shit out here.
He picked the top 40. He picked the top 40 song that we all knew.
He should have did chat. This must have been pre-chat GBT. He could have did that.
That's exactly how
I don't know, but even still, I'm just like, to me, he felt like I wasn't understanding that at least he tried. But I'm like, that's easy. Anyone can copy and send it. Like I can copy and send.
I think
I got mixed feelings about that.
He said it was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazines, and
if he doesn't know, so if you thought of it like this, let me give an example. Let's say you only understood Spanish, and he went and typed it in all the things he wanted to say in Google Translate, and he copy and pasted that to you. I think you would take it as a measure of love. And so a lot of times for somebody who doesn't speak love language, who, like Yonci said, doesn't have the words, who can't, like it gives them literal anxiety. That I think that's what probably sprung it. Now, again, you can correct them and help them and give them another chance. But all I'm saying is he tried, and it's hard as a man. That's hard. I feel you. Don't get me wrong. I feel what you're saying.
I can respect your point of view. I don't disagree with it. I actually did not write him off because of that. We dated for about 4 months, roughly about 4 months. So I did give him an opportunity. The deal breaker for me was that I got a huge opportunity to sing the national anthem for the Wizards game. And I could only take one other person with me. My assistant came with me. Cool, no big deal. To me, as my man, you know how big of a deal this is for me. It's not an opportunity that a lot of people get. When I tell you, he literally called me on the way there. He didn't say good luck. I'm praying for you. No, nothing. He was like, hey, when you get done, can you shoot me over the thing you're working on for me? Because I need to get that to the people that I'm working with. And
Amanda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, that dude
Her face
tripping.
was loud.
Oh, girl.
Was he black?
Huh?
Was he black?
Yes.
Dude is tripping. I changed my
Listen,
word.
brother.
again.
Hey,
I was
brother.
rocking.
Hey, I don't
So
even feel like you needed to ask that question. Like that was kind of selfish and rude of you to even ask that question. Put us all the hell out
It
here.
was. So for me, it was like,
That
okay.
sound like some black stuff. I just had to confirm. Man.
No, it's one thing to not be a words of affirmation, but now you're showing me you're not even supportive, like even on the smallest scale. So it was a wrap for me. Like there's nothing else to discuss. So I think when a person can't speak your love language, I do believe in patience. Some people do need time, but I'm with whoever said 90 days. I'm like that. I'm kind of a 90.
Sorry.
Yes, 90 to
I like
100.
90 days too.
Grace, mercy, wrath is all you get from me.
90 days, not to be perfect at it, but 90
Right.
days to
Not
be
at
able
all.
to see some growth in that particular area.
That's what it is when you're, it's the showing the effort. Like you could get a
Right.
D- and fail, but did
Right.
you show my effort? I have a question for you since you're a gifts person. So I have a friend, it's actually a friend through Monte, and she's the first person I know, like, well, besides you, who is a gifts person. And I have always struggled because every other love language, like I have a little bit, the gift one is the only one that really doesn't resonate with me. So I always wondered, how does it work? Because compared to the other ones, like words, you can say words every single day. Physical touch, like if you like the person, you can't keep your hands off of them. Acts of service, you can find a number of things to do. You can cook for them, you can iron their clothes, whatever. I always wondered, because I want to be a good friend, how do you even navigate the gifts thing? And I understand it's not about like luxury and you're getting these expensive things, but it's like, how often, if that's your love language, how often can a person realistically give gifts? And I guess a better question would be like, in a perfect world, in your dream world, like you're just like, you're sleep and drooling, okay? What would a guy do in a week, a realistic average week that would just blow a gifts person's mind away? Because this stumps me. I'm so like clueless when it comes to gifts.
So I really tread lightly with this one because I feel like we live in such a superficial world.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe in being superficial. So when I say I'm a gifts person, it really has to be connected to me feeling like a man has studied and paid attention to me enough that he knows what I like.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be something as simple as, babe, I sent you, or I'm waking up to maybe a surprise. He knows I like Starbucks. He's sending me a $5 Starbucks gift card. Like something that's thoughtful. I'll give you an example. This is the gift I got. It's a ticket stub saver. We go to a lot of concerts. So he gifted me this because he knows I'm a scrapbooker. I save everything. When I tell you, I cried like a baby. This is not anything elaborate, but because I am a person that saves memories, that means a lot to me. So what someone could realistically do in a week, he also gifted me this. So this is like a box. It has our name on it. He went through and wrote notes to me as an entrepreneur to encourage me. So anytime I feel discouraged, I could be discouraged 7 days a week as an entrepreneur. I could pull out a note. It's an encouraging word. That's a thoughtful gift. Like that's what I mean when I say I'm a gift person. It's not buying me a Bottega bag or those things are nice, but in the grand scheme of things, I love that he's learned me enough where he knows that this is priceless. Buying me a Polaroid camera because I like to take photos, that's priceless. You're paying attention to who I am and what matters. So I think it just depends on the woman. Some women are superficial and they want all the glitz and glam, but I think anyone can do that if you have the means. I think it's more so about paying attention and showing the person that you've learned them enough to, surprise them with little things.
That's a good description as far as showing me through your gifts, how well you know me. And interestingly enough, gifts is not my love language, but one of the most precious gifts was for my best friend, shout out Chantel. And I remember we were at a hibachi place, I don't like giving the names, and we're having just a casual birthday. and she gave me this basket. And as she gave it to me, but as I'm pulling individual items out, she described something about me. And it was funny because I was like, I didn't even notice this about myself until you said something. I was like, you were observant. But in that moment, I thought, wow, she really pays attention, which translates to love. She had my favorite drink. She knew I had sensitive eyes. So she, to the sun. So she put sunglasses in there. She said, you're always creative. She put a pen and a paper. None of these things were super expensive, but it was the idea. So in that sense, that makes sense. Because for me, I've always been very harsh on people who didn't, to me, show enough effort to love in my love language, because my brain couldn't even understand how it's difficult because it's so easy. Like words of affirmation is easy for me. Physical touch, I'm always touching. And my daughter and I are like, we're like little cats. And so for me, it's like my brain can't understand, how do you see someone and not reach out when you see them? There's certain moments where it's like you can almost hear the music from the movie play, and you're like, this is the time to grab the chin and give the kiss. But in someone else, if they're not that way, they're not hearing those little cues in their head. And so I can't even imagine what it would be like to have that person have an expectation that they're just not clued into at all, because I'm like that with gifts.
I think I've had to teach a lot of Christian women how to deprogram themselves, because I feel like for as much as we teach Christian women to abstain from sex, we don't also teach them how to embrace their sexuality, so that when they do get with someone, they know how.
Amen. Hey, listen,
we're gonna make a whole other chapter for this one.
That they do know how to appeal to their partner in a sexual way. So for me, that is something that I feel like, being married to my children's father, that relationship gifted me that education, because not only did I grow up very churched, my parents were pastors. There was an expectation of how I was to present at all times. Aside from that, my family was not very affectionate. We had a lot of love and a lot of provision and support, but I can count on one hand the amount of times my mom hugged and kissed me growing up. That wasn't something she did. Her mom wasn't like that. The women in my family are not like that. They're not very touchy-feely. I saw how that impacted my parents' marriage growing up, but I also saw how that impacted my marriage as I was married. And so I made a concerted effort to work on reclaiming my sexuality as a woman and learning that it was not dirty. It was nothing wrong with feeling these feelings. And it's okay to be affectionate and intimate and enjoy those things with your partner. Right. So now that I'm with someone whose love language, which is not uncommon for men, is physical touch, I make sure that I create the space for him to be able to express that with me freely. And I initiate, I show that to him, because that is actually not something that comes very naturally for me. So yeah, I think it is unfortunate that for as much as we teach women to abstain and, reserve, we don't deprogram women enough, Christian women more specifically, enough on how to embrace their sexuality when it's time. So much so, I know Christian women who are abstaining while married, which is nuts.
It is absolutely crazy. The even context and conversation.
With it all the time.
I dare you. I'm trying to tell you, I will win that bet 100%. I dare you to abstain when we're married. I absolutely dare you.
Yeah, it's
not worth the fight. I promise.
Yeah. That needs to be talked about.
It
does.
That
is crazy.
It's a man is supposed to only have sex with her when she feels like it.
It's a power and an ego trip. I'm trying to tell you.
But it needs to be talked about, because if a woman doesn't have a high drive or she's not very affectionate, it's not something she's thinking about. Sure. Just like if you're like, you might like seafood, but you're not thinking about seafood every single day. Like if I get it on Tuesday or I get it in a month from now, it's no big deal. Absolutely. Some people, not my testimony, but some people are like that where they just don't need it. That's what
I guess I don't understand that part.
You see how you had to do that? Like that is an abstract of humanity. Like that's letting somebody know that you are really like off balance somewhere.
Like
Normalcy,
if a man gets with a woman
behavior,
and she knows that he's got a high drive and she doesn't, and then she requires him to only have sex with her when she feels like it,
you are crazy.
That she's not in this world.
Hold on. A couple things. One, like a lot of people, bodies change over time, or they have kids, or a lot of things with hormones do change. So the person might have came in. The other thing is, if you grew up in a highly Christian environment, you've been told not to have sex. So like everything about sex becomes dirty. Pornography, don't touch this, don't get aroused. So like it's hard to just get married and then turn that switch off.
Nobody's denying any of that. We're talking about high sex drive, low sex drive.
But not
as adults, we know what a high sex drive is and what we can tolerate, and a low sex drive and what we can't tolerate. And there's a median in between there, correct?
I agree. I think there needs to be health and communication, but I don't. That's not a Bible problem, because the Bible tells you. The Bible it tells you, one, for men, your body is not your own. Women, your body's not your own. God says it communicates to. He says the only time you should be abstaining from sex is if you're taking the time to fast and pray to me. And then he says, and then immediately get back to it.
Wait, Kyle, add the other layer to it.
Literally 24 hours or less.
Hold on, there's still another layer, Kyle. He says, and you have to be in agreement on it.
You better
like, I'm a fast.
You better consult your wife.
Yeah, it doesn't. You can't make the decision on your own. Nope. He could have put in. He could have put in menstrual cycles. He could have put. Now, don't get me wrong. Like if you love your spouse and they're going through something, then you need to communicate. You got to have a certain level of self-control. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. However, God wasn't. That ain't a God thing. That's a church culture thing. You get in, and what they do to women, unfortunately, is they demonize it and make it seem so dirty. So when they get married, the women thinking that they're gonna be able to turn it on, and they can't. They're like, man, I can't.
It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. You got this false idea that you're expecting something that somebody can't give you.
We touched on it earlier about enthusiasm, and I hope this helps a couple. But like you guys said, if you have committed to be monogamous, and that is the only place your person can get it, and granted, not saying like this person has an insatiable appetite and they have an issue, like they're just addicted, right? But it's a normal drive. Not only should you acquiesce when they want it, but you should make it a point to initiate, and not just initiate, but aggressively initiate it. What I mean by aggressively is show enthusiasm. When I polled men, they said, I don't mind if I initiate most of the time, but I just need sometimes.
Let me know I'm liked.
Let him know. He wants to feel like a pork chop at least once a week at the minimum. Like, let him feel like a piece. Let him have to tell you no.
It goes back to respect. Like, I need to be able to feel.
Y'all be surprised that some of these women that be scraping their edges over their weaves, that be looking at you like, you don't deserve me. Nah, let us know that you love us. Like
how old are these women though?
I was just about that.
I'm 40. I'm 40. I go 3 this direction in years, and I go 6 direction up.
Okay, so
this is my generation.
Okay, so for me, I am 42, and I will tell you, my sex drive now compared to my sex drive when I was 25 and 30, it's 2 totally different sex drives. I want sex more now than I did when I was 25. Like, I'm sure if I was this person then, we would have had a great time. It just wasn't the case. Now,
I think especially in our age, we deal with a lot of people who've been, like you said, challenged by church and been challenged by their past, and they don't want it, and they've kind of like melded themselves down to a self-implosion. If I do this again, then that means that I'm going to be deemed. So it's almost like a self-retreat. That's my experiences. I can't speak for everybody.
Yeah.
So all right. The other thing you're also seeing in Christian marriages, unfortunately, as well, is, and this ain't just Christian, this is all marriage, but one thing, especially in Christian marriages, is that, I hate to say this, but if you've been married and you're a Christian in your brain, I'm not going to get divorced. Like, if you're not being pleased in that particular area, you're not communicating it. So you have kind of given up on that particular area because you don't want to break the male ego. You don't want to say, you know what I mean, that your husband's terrible. When I'm sitting down with folks and we get on this particular topic, the dude thinks he's killing it.
The truth gets
Tell
told,
me
don't
in
it, bro?
any session, I've never had a dude tell me he struggles in that particular area. But when we ask the wife, she's normally looking over in the corner. Like, and so the issue is,
look at this face. Ain't it this face?
The issue is like, if you're in a more of a long-term relationship at this age, yeah, your sex drive might be high, but you may have just kind of turned it off or given up on it because you're not being pleased in that particular area.
It's unfortunate.
And yeah, you got to bring up a good point though, because you know, if he's being selfish, because there are some men out there who are selfish. I know it's shocking to believe, but some guys are just worried about them. Or the woman says, I need my emotional needs met, or I want to be caressed in a certain way. Like, you know, we all know we're all grown. There's some wham bam thinky man moments, and there are some love making moments where, you know, tear comes out her face. If you've never made a woman cry,
it was a moment.
Question your life. If she doesn't contemplate taking up smoking cigarettes, at least
not every man. Well, Yonci, not every man in his mind thinks he's being selfish. He don't know that he's terrible. How's he supposed to know?
Yeah.
How's he supposed to know if nobody's ever told him?
Arrogance is a beast.
This is the question.
How many men that are bad in bed have not been told they were bad in bed? I don't believe them. I don't believe that.
A lot of women say
most women don't say it. And if they do say it, most men just write it off as they hate.
Screaming. So
you know what I'm saying? Like where for men, I tell women this all the time when they have this high expectation. I'm saying, well, where were men throughout their life really supposed to learn how to please a woman? Like, it's all trial and error. Nobody actually walked them through it. They just watch porn or watch movies or whatever, and they just assume. They're just going off reaction. So if the women is not giving a real reaction, then they think they're killing it.
Yeah.
Right.
Ladies
you
need
will meet that woman that'll tell you the truth,
honest.
though. I can't wait till that happens to people.
I think
when you meet that woman that'll tell you the truth about what your standard and what your performance was, it'll change your life.
I think, ladies, would you agree in the comments that most women lie? They say they either will fake just to get it over with.
You don't need a poll. Like y'all lie. Like
I have.
You lie.
Yes,
I did.
That's the most ridiculous thing you can do is lie. Like, that's so ridiculous to lie.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're doing it wrong. Keep doing it.
What if you think it's hopeless? What if he's like, he's so sweet, but he's hopeless?
I mean,
which one matters?
I just know you gotta work.
But what if they have no control over certain things like size?
What if he's a micro and you're like,
so you have to be honest.
It
doesn't mean it's like cheering somebody on in the moment that you chose doesn't make you a wrong person. It just makes a moment that you know you could have done better with. That's it.
No, I just leave the situation alone.
If it didn't please you, you
I
chose that moment.
Yeah, but you know, they lie. The guys lie too. They'll say
all the time.
The women like
they want.
How do you lie about the size of your Johnson?
Men lie
if you see the size of that Johnson, what in the blind bat is happening?
Him that it was great.
Yes, no,
and I'm great.
Dudes are walking around here.
Absolutely not.
Misconceptions
I
about
will
themselves.
not sit here and before this thing ends, I will not sit here and let y'all lie about what the hell we were taught in 3rd grade, which was a ruler. Okay?
But here's the thing, though, Amanda
you
said
chose to go and lay down, and you didn't decide to turn the lights on and say, "Wait a minute, this don't make no sense."
Wait a minute, but Amanda made a point when she said what worked for one woman might be the other. Like some people might like really sloppy wet kisses. Other people don't like sloppy kisses. Some people might like French kissing. Someone might not like French kissing. Some women, I remember, because we were in Yonci for, I think, winter, you were in there. I did polls and we did something about affection in this region. And there was one girl and she was like, oh, that does nothing for me. And the women were like, speak for yourself, sister, because you are not speaking for the tribe. Like, people have very different opinions of things. So I would say the best thing to do is ask your person,
communicate like a mug.
Yeah.
You like, yes. And then
and stop lying. Stop lying, y'all.
To be honest,
That's all
they
I'm
do need
saying.
to stop lying, bro. But hold on, bro. Male ego is a fragile thing, bro.
Hey, bro, it is. It is.
Most men cannot handle hearing, especially in that area.
Right.
Yeah.
That they whack, that they terrible, that they don't know what they doing. Like that's we got to be realistic. I think for us, the easiest way for you to be able to find out how you doing is to ask. And if you ask, that way you could prepare your heart for what's getting ready to be communicated. And the beauty is you can get better at it. I would want to. My deal is, I tell all men is, why not ask? If you want to hit the target every time, you should ask.
Don't put it on the woman.
Be teachable and coachable. I want
what did you think?
If women have been with men that are 13 inches or bigger her entire life, and she gets with you and you ain't but 9, you can't do nothing about that. Her vagina is still stuck on the 13-inch setting. So, like, what can that guy do about that? Nothing.
If you get with what's your girl
now? If that person just loves you for who they are and you're able to hit that spot,
still missing 4 inches, bro.
Then you do what you got to do.
At the end of the day, them inches matter.
It does, but the inches matter, but the direction doesn't. So
bro,
what,
listen,
can I get to
all that
no,
stuff?
Willie, in defense.
There's so much that goes along with that.
Can I get to the same destination
and you ain't
with
got
a Tahoe than a Tesla? I
you
can
never
get to
touch
the same
button,
destination,
bro, ever. Like, if that button is 12 inches deep and you not bringing but 9, you coming up 3 inches short. And
whose button is 12 inches deep?
Bro, I'm telling you.
Listen, I'm not gonna have nobody put themselves out there, but what I will tell you is this: if you can't hit that button on your woman, that woman is not all the way yours.
Listen,
okay, so we have a great comment in the comments. They said girth matters.
So that's that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't just saying don't nobody want no 13-inch pencil penis. That's
what
crazy.
in the Google Maps is happening? Willie,
pipe cleaner. What are y'all talking about?
Willie,
he's not lying though.
He ain't lying, but shit, Willie.
Golly. This is not normal. This is common sense.
Right.
Of course, girth matters. Like, what are we saying? Like, no disrespect.
Willie's absolutely correct.
And I've been to a bunch of sex stores before. I never
can't
seen
even lie on him
in my life that was the number one seller.
No, Willie's right. Willie's absolutely correct, right?
100% right about that.
If a certain girl, right?
Will do better than that 13-inch pencil penis.
If she like,
go ahead, Elder.
No, I was about to say, certain women like to be really. They need their spot punched on, right? Now, these individual women, if you can't go punch deep enough, hard enough, you not it for them.
Right.
Every woman is not for me. Every woman is not deep, bro. You don't have to be deep. Like
exactly.
Not every
exactly.
We're not saying every, but we're saying a lot.
It's the direction.
Some women don't even
navigation.
Some women don't need
At the end of the day, it's about having communication in that moment of what that woman wants and needs.
If a woman tells you, "Hey, bro, you missing 6 inches,"
if you like this
no
and not going left when she's saying left, then you failing. It don't matter how big you are.
But if you got to make a left and go 6 more inches and you ain't got but 4, you can't hit it. Like,
Willie, I'm saying this again. If she is believing in you and she says go left, and you say no, Willie, no wait, Willie, stop.
Hey,
you decide to go right instead of left, then you failed.
They just told me.
Hold on.
The end.
Look, Willie is right. I'm sorry if you are small going to left, right, up, down, in, out.
Up, down, left, right.
And
left,
I said
right,
you got. And I said first you got to be qualified.
That is giving you a problem.
I did say you got to be qualified. We talking about 13 to 9 here, not the average. Average is 5.5 to 7.
Dog,
So
have
we
you
talking
seen some
about
of these things they
two
sell at
separate
these
different
stores,
things.
bro? They
If
look
you
like baby
qualify,
corn.
what happened?
Have you seen some of these toys they sell in these stores that like are
Oh,
number?
you motherfucking right. They. Oh,
Listen,
excuse me. Sorry.
Google,
Are we off?
Google
Jesus
number one
Christmas.
selling sex toys, right? The average size for those number ones, like, they got the Incredible Hulk penis, bro. Like, who gonna fall behind that?
What I'm saying is, if that's if that's what you're going after, then you got to be prepared for the consequences, bro. Like,
And you know what that sounds like? That sounds like a great topic for next Thursday.
I'm cracking up. 9 minutes is gone.
That's exactly what this sounds like.
I saw that.
Y'all, I am clocking out. I am punching my card. I am taking my little.
She had her margaritas.
I put in my 4 hours of work, and I have to get up in the morning and do my job because I'm not taking Olympics.
Ozempic.
Ozempic.
She said the Olympics. Hey, bro, what you put
Can
that
we
drink?
leave that in the back check? Like, can we just keep that for memory?
Lemon drop is dropping.
Ooh, yes.
I say happy. He like, okay, now I see it didn't kick in.
I done got the Olympics and got the
margaritas. About an hour ago,
margaritas.
I told him, I was like, okay, that lemon drop.
He's been tipping with the pinky up the whole time.
Yeah, for the past hour. I told him, I said, when it went past 9, because he was going to make me a cocktail, I said, bring that cocktail. They did just about 2 more hours.
We
So
knew
I
you
would
was
say-
over when you was like, we was like, oh shit, Yonci didn't have.
No, that's why I delayed it. When I heard she had to go to 11, I was like, nope, I'm not pulling up till 10:15. Because all you need is about 20 minutes and you done.
Done. 15 maybe. Oh my goodness. You guys are fabulous. I'm going to just do a really quick, just do a real quick. Yeah, you see
That's
that?
it, right there. You saw it?
Willie! Willie! You gonna make me give your whole government name right now, sir. Not Mate giving the green light. Another 30 minutes. Okay, y'all, for real, these people I got work to go to tomorrow.
You know,
Willie's a nut.
It's midnight. It's Friday over here.
Don't encourage Amanda.
No,
It's
I'm
not
serious.
home
I have to
tomorrow.
go. It's Friday. It's midnight over here.
Oh, you're saying it's now becoming
Exactly. It's already Friday.
Right. We enter tomorrow is what
Look,
we're saying.
y'all can have your own.
Everybody is on entrepreneur hours now.
I'm telling
Right.
you, look, if y'all have to go to bed, because that's what I told Willie, not everybody's an entrepreneur, not everybody sets their own hours. Although I know a
tax
lot of
ID
you on
hours.
the panel are entrepreneurs, but I'm not going to take a business, those of you who are. Okay. But he did send 30. I need to figure out the fine print, babe, to make it. Okay. Because
I'm a loophole king. That fine print ain't going, I'm going to get it every time.
You know what?
Please, oh man. You can just say on tomorrow's episode. That's just go ahead.
Can you put that
give
towards
yourself
next-
credit.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea,
Credit.
man.
Give yourself credit. That's
So
all.
if we give him credit, the credit count double next time.
You know.
Dang, not you putting stipulation.
Hey, you.
Let us know in the comments. Are y'all ready for bed? Look, 19 stragglers are hanging on. They can't. They're not ready for Yonci after dark. Come on now.
Yeah. It is midnight.
It is midnight. It is midnight.
I appreciate y'all.
You know what I'm gonna do,
yielding.
Willie? I'm gonna take your $30.
I was going to say 40, but that seems like inappropriate.
Yeah.
Listen, now, weird moment. Weird moment.
Once they see $40 come through, like, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
Weird moment.
I just got the $40. We
Weird
joke.
moment.
I know. I was just about to say. We joke about Monte living on a different side of the internet. You guys, there is so much stuff that we consider like just everyday banter that he doesn't. So, just let me take $40 is when you want to have a good time with a young lady, and that's the amount that is considered reasonable to leave on the dresser, and you don't ever see her again.
And that's all it is.
I didn't even know that.
That sounds cheap.
That is.
It's his face.
Anything over $40, she overcharging you.
He is so unbothered.
Anything over
about it.
$40, you getting overcharged.
Bro, I'm like, where you at? The DR?
Right. That's how it is now, man.
And if a girl actually get her nails done, it's $20. Don't give her no more than that.
Absolutely. Gel tips are still 85.
The first time Monte wanted to send.
He sounded like he talking from experience when he said the gel tip was 85.
It's still 85. Right. I literally no. Can I? Are we live? Are we live?
Oh, we're very much live and very much being censored.
Are
yes.
still in. Oh shoot!
Yeah, there was some F-bombs. There was some.
Was it for me?
Conversation? No.
Willie. Yes. I'm just joking with you. But no, I met this beautiful young woman on the Zoom mingle. I went down there and I found out that gel tips are not in fact $300 like y'all been lying about.
It depends on where
nails
you go.
Cost $20.
I'm not even gonna let you tell that lie.
No.
$85 will get you a beautiful set of gel tips.
No. So let me explain, and ladies, back me up, because I couldn't figure out why I was getting charged different prices for the same place I was going. There is a difference between getting a manicure and just getting gel polish put on your nails.
Enjoy the entire moment for
I bet she did.
Now, if you go to New York, I get going to Houston, Dallas. It all depends on your demographics, y'all. But
Atlanta.
Come on, y'all.
So
it
all
is
I'm
not
saying,
$300.
So my place,
$300.
my place charges $5 to do a polish change. If you do a gel polish change, and it takes a while. They gotta drill it down.
Yeah.
Now, if you get the manicure, where they're actually taking care of your hands, pushing down your cuticles, doing all that stuff, they do charge more. So it just depends on. But if you do, I did mani-pedi and gel on both, and it was like, my God, I think it was like over $200. I was shook.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Thank you.
Like, for my
the
birthday,
response is the fact that you did not feel good about that. When you're expecting something that you don't even feel good about, don't.
I'm stingy. I'm very stingy.
You send a girl $20 to get her nails done, you're gonna end up in one of them videos where they making fun of you, talking about like the $50.
I'm not sending you nothing.
That's gonna cover the gas to get down there.
I'm not even sending you nothing.
Nails are not $20. You can't even get a polish.
How about this? You gonna talk to me in the conversation like, babe, I can't believe it. I didn't spend such and such. And at that moment, I will do what I'm supposed to do and say, how much you spend? Okay, this is what I can do. But I'm daggone sure ain't spending no $300, $400 on your nails and feet.
Can I tell the nail story?
No.
Dude, that has nothing to do with even being able to afford it. It's just making I don't even want nobody to feel like that's all business is supply and demand, and I'm trying to bring that price down. So yeah, I'm not patronizing.
He wanted to send me to the nail salon, which was very sweet. He's very much I've assessed him as being a gifts love language person. So he hit up his homegirl and was like, hey, I want to send her to a salon, and I think, nail salon. And I think I don't know, you had an amount in your mind, and she was like, oh, no. She said, oh, no, she's going to get one hand done for that amount. And then he had to readjust it. She was like, bless your heart, friend. No. And this isn't a high end. This is like the suburbs.
Yeah, no, I started out with like 100. I was like, 100 should be good. She was like,
oh, tell him about the hair. No. Oh, I was pissed because I'm cheap. He wanted to send me for my birthday. This man I think he was like 265 in. I said, bro, I haven't been to a salon in 20 years for this reason. That's a lot.
What they do?
Now, if it's a gift, then it's worth it because he understands it's the reasoning behind the actual excuse.
Not that you want to sort it out tomorrow.
Now, if he knew that he could probably do something different, like, all right, it's $260. I can either get her something that she needs or she can just be pampered. That's different. He has the ability to do that. He has to be qualified to do such a thing. But when you talking about the expectation,
that's different.
and the standard.
No, I was trying to get a refund. I'm like,
I'm missing what happened with this. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I've been paying it too much.
Y'all need to revolt because people just overcharging y'all for everything. Like, y'all, it's crazy. Like the stuff y'all be paying for hair,
where did
nails,
the
and all
same
that.
Where did the same Asian lady that used to do your eyebrows for $7? When did she decide to say, you know what, damn y'all, we gonna do $99.99? Where did she go?
I would say it's going across the board though, because even haircuts, like, you know what I mean? Like, I used to be able to get a haircut, beard, everything for $25. Now, you know, it's $65, $70. You know what I mean? Like, everything's going crazy.
Yeah,
so
I get that.
Haircuts are definitely way up, bro. But $260, $300, $400, bro. Like they kill it. They kill it, bro.
No,
and
I used to tell myself,
for her to get a couple of highlights, they was trying to hit me for like $6 and some change.
What, girl? What you was doing?
Y'all, but that's crazy.
Some highlights for $600 to do what?
To add some highlight.
To highlight. Hey, if all women should just go to beauty school just so y'all can save money in the long run. Just do like a semester.
Bro,
just so y'all can
do some accredited hours.
Yeah,
Get
you know,
at least
I was
a permit.
thinking about doing something like that too.
Get at least
I'm
a
not going to
permit.
barber school.
Barber school. I went to barber school, bartending school. I had to do it. You got to get your trade, y'all. At least get your permit in something that's going to let you commune with other people. Sit
That's
down
not like
and
some
make a
advice you
couple
give
dollars.
people before they go to jail. Like, hey, bro, go in and learn how to cut hair before you get locked up.
Well, listen, it's a survival skill.
real,
You can call it jail, or you can call it survival. We about a couple moments away from a recession. How you gonna make your bread? We didn't went through COVID. How you make your bread?
who needs a haircut in a recession?
I was cool.
I didn't realize my barber does ride real good too.
Cass was fiending for haircuts in the
Ask
recession.
me how it was cool during the recession. I made more money during the recession than I made in any year of my life.
Like that on live screen like that?
I did have my barber pulling up to the house during the COVID when
house calls got real different.
Yeah.
Real did. Hey, Yonci.
Mm-hmm.
That on live TV?
It's about my 6th time doing it. This is past my actual bedtime. I go to bed early.
Hey, we active.
Not no more.
Now Willie keeps zelling.
Yeah. But he waits till it's like the last 2 minutes where I'm already like mentally clocked out. I'm like, okay, I can get in my.
He didn't zell Yonci $44.
Petty. Just petty.
Willie know I don't sleep. When I'm on here, he know it's on.
Yep. Once Monte come in,
Woody will sell her loose change. He will be like 47.56 and just give himself a moment to think about it.
Wow.
Yeah, you gotta you keep sending flat amounts to tag the money laundering. Anyway, whatever. Just you gotta.
This dude is hilarious.
You gotta be careful.
Out of control.
Y'all do be up late. Y'all see, when I came and kicked it with y'all in Dallas, man, y'all stayed out later than me. And I typically be out all night.
It's this guy. This guy can stay for days on end.
I'm like, y'all ready to go? He was like, nah, we chilling. I'm like, all right, bro, I'm out.
Didn't your guests leave way before you too?
Yeah, my people, they was like, man, we gotta go. I'm like, yeah, I gotta dip.
Yeah, I can't stay
out. We up, bro. We did have a good time while you came through. So
y'all, I was gonna say, go ahead.
Hey, who phone ringing like that at 12 o'clock at night? What y'all about to do?
Wasn't mine.
It wasn't
7-Eleven
mine.
ain't calling me. I'm good.
I'm single like a dollar bill. Ain't nobody calling.
It must be Whitney phone.
So
it was an Android. It had a ringtone.
Unfortunately, it was mine, and it was Instagram. Don't get excited.
Hold on.
That is not my ringtone.
She got quiet. Everybody else was like, ain't me. She got super.
It was the eyebrows to the ceiling, wasn't it? It was like.
Dr. Alicia, she said, y'all still here? Yes, they holding me hostage against my will. They keep putting money on my books. Now, I will say this, y'all. This is a departure. Excuse me. People always crack me up when they're like, oh, it's just social media. But and Instagram or, people aren't real in real life. This is a plug for the internet. I done met the love of my life on the internet. I done made a whole Instagram bestie, Winter. She done been to my house. She done met my kids. We done hung out. I done seen her through some relationships. She's seen me through some relationships. Kyle is my unofficial big brother, which I don't even know if he's actually older than me, but he's always my big brother. And he's always talked sense into me. And, you got to come off of these expectations that you have. And we actually got to meet in real life, as he referenced. Willie is now my friend in real life. We go back years as well. And you know, Derek, the one who was on here, finally, after 4 years, we actually he was here for for 4 days, helping me shoot content. So y'all never know. Like, don't sleep on the internet. Like, it's what
I hate when people say that.
I met my ex-wife on the internet. So if anytime someone tells me like it's just the internet, I'm like, I got 2 kids from the internet. So no.
.com and .net, huh?
But that might be a deterrent.
He said babymamas.com. What is happening?
Hey, Willie, that's a deterrent though, bro. That's a financial.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this social internet shit being reckless can come up. You know, it can have lifelong repercussions.
So somebody said they're talking about meeting in person. Nikki said I got to make one of these meetups. I'm telling you guys, Patreon is literally $15. Okay,
15.
You literally need.
Oh, you stuck that in there.
You need to come to Patreon and see what the event is. You guys know, Kyle knew when he met me, I was Yonci your hostess because I love hosting. Montana and I be throwing the dopest parties. Okay, we got like a karaoke machine. We got the lights. Y'all, and that's not with a budget. I have an actual budget with an actual sponsor. We're about to do some things, and I'll be darned if I throw this whole doggone party, turn up, and y'all got like 3 people there. Y'all better come. Y'all better meet your husbands. Bring your husband if you're married. I don't care if you're single, not single. We're gonna let people know, you know, whose status it is. What we gonna do?
We're going up.
We gonna go up. Like what?
Oh, you said we're karaoke in the next mingle?
Oh no! I'm just saying we know how to have a good time.
Oh,
so
I was about to say I'm here for the shits. Excuse me.
If you got me and you got this guy together, we are a mess. Like we will host you, my God. So I'm telling you, if someone invites you to an event and they say all expenses paid, we are doing the entire event for you. You don't have to pay. You just have to show up. Show up, get yourself a room to stay in.
They even feed them. They even getting fed.
They're getting fed. They're getting a high-end DJ to perform. Okay. They're getting boating activities. They're getting water activities. They're getting beautiful landscape. I'm telling y'all think I'm playing. And I told them, well, they're going to see the drone footage and be mad and have FOMO. Like, I really could have signed up for $15 and got this whole event and made all kind of friends. Okay. One of the girls, I ended up becoming friends with one of the girls, and she was going to come over. She said, give me your address. She said, girl, why do I live 0.2 miles from you? 0.2. And we go running in front of her house every single day and did not know it. You just don't even know. You might meet your neighbor like we did. So, yeah, y'all gotta come. Y'all gotta come to this event. I love what I do. Like, I'm not trying to be this influencer that's like, put the velvet ropes around me and don't speak. Like, I want to meet people. I want to hear how your life is going. I want love. Like, you saw me when I got the text today about the girl who got proposed to. Like, this is what I do. This is why I do what I do.
I was in the middle of a circuit workout.
I didn't care.
And had to stop everything I had going on just to hear this story. Not just to hear the story. I mean, it was a wonderful story. I enjoyed it. Bro, I'm over her like, I'm on a circuit right now. Like, but she couldn't, like, she gets ecstatic. So this is like, she's so passionate about what she does. And so when we see stories like that, it just validates everything. It validates the time she spends here on each of these calls. It validates everything that she's doing.
Being a slave on YouTube.
And we tell her all the time, like, at the end of the day, she doesn't know her value. So ultimately, we appreciate everything that y'all put in, all the support.
And she don't know her value. Say it again, bro. That's the way you support. Yes. Been telling Yonci that for years. I used to send her messages. I'm like, why are you doing all this for free?
Listen,
you're working a full-time job and trying to do this on the side. Like,
yeah.
Hey, Yonci, I got an idea. Somebody said that the money was tight for what's his name? I think we should give away like a trip. Like a ticket and like a hotel to the event.
Willie, that's a good idea. If you ever get a design of how to do that, let me know. Because I thought about, like, if we do another like
payment,
No, I'm talking about like a live meetup. If we actually meet up in, let's say, Dallas, I think y'all had like a little thing to go to.
No, that's what we're talking about. We got an event coming up.
Sponsor somebody. Let's sponsor somebody to go. I agree with you. I don't know how to support that, but Willie, hit me up so I can learn.
Yeah, because I ain't had to pay for a date tonight, so I'll donate to it.
Listen.
So look, Willie's like, ain't nothing but a Zelle. So
yeah, like
we will put together something. Willie, do you want to make it where people enter in a drawing and all that jazz?
Yeah, because they need to be, you know what I'm saying? Right. They got to have skin in the game. And then it can't be the girl who was bullying me talking about vegan food. I'm not paying for nothing for her.
So we're going to have
those vegan ribs are wild.
Dog.
We'll have to make it available for the patrons because obviously they're the only ones to know the dates and all that stuff. But yeah, y'all, Willie got a heart of gold. I mean, he talk crazy and he be making the greatest 5 hours, but he's got a heart of gold.
Hey, y'all think this is crazy. This is just this is church version.
I think people confuse being direct with being mean. So
Facts.
You know, it's not doesn't mean he's being mean. He's just not going to allow lies to be told when he's around. It bothers him, like when things just don't make sense.
It makes my ass itch.
I'm cracking up.
Get your friend.
Jesus Christ. Do we pray or push the red button? Like which one happens?
I cannot. But y'all, like I'm telling you, I've never had to beg somebody to take something for free. Like this is going to be a good time. It's multiple days. We're all going to be partying and hanging out. We're going to stay in the hotel. You know, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be doing all the things. This is something that is going to be a game changer as far as like taking online communities and coming in person. My tribes have always been fabulous. People have good energy, good spirits, and best of all, people we find in love. Yeah, so I just can't wait for that person. Yonci, baby, you know, Yonsternation, baby, Patreon, baby, Domingo, baby.
Maybe we can get a name. For the
listen, I don't even want to know. The Patreon baby part. Listen, we don't want to take credit for that because when shit go left, you know, they're gonna blame you too.
Oh, they're gonna try to. Oh, yup.
Yep. I knew I could never call her. Look at me in child support court now.
$15 a month times 5 years.
Y'all look how late it is. Our own panel members fell off.
They left us. Y'all have a good night. Listen,
can I brag on my guy really quick? We were talking about grill masters, and could you be with a guy who couldn't grill? And I will say this man knows his way around a propane tank, a charcoal.
Propane
no.
You saw his offense. You better put it.
Whatever. No, because he's had to deal with propane before. I'm saying he knows his way around any kind of a grill. He can get it done. Shoot, if it's an air fryer, he can work it out. But we love him the most on the charcoal.
You just called him a vegan.
Yeah, to those of us,
low key, you called him a vegan.
To those of us who grill, like it's like disrespectful for you to say the propane.
Oh, I'm sorry, but sometimes we're stuck and our hands are tied, and that's the only thing that's in reach.
You low key said that lettuce is his diet.
Yeah.
That's what you told him.
He a real man.
What do you do if the only thing you have access to at the time is propane?
You gonna do what you gotta do, but
he can cook charcoal, and you go back to roots. You don't ever throw out that propane to him. Like he knows what barbecue is charcoal.
Propane and that's what we use. But he has. I have seen. I was trying to give him credit that even if he's been faced with the propane, he's never backed down.
Don't ever tell him about that. That's the moment that he wants to.
All I heard was he was a propane tank type of guy.
That's all I heard. That's all I heard. I'm like, oh, he's mutt luck.
I was about to start texting him like, bro, you need me to.
Until I saw his face, like, don't ever disrespect me like that. I was like, oh, he knows about charcoal. But it was, listen.
Absolutely.
When you said it, his eyebrows were like they was about to touch.
He was like, oh.
Did you see the dust?
If he would have been like, ain't no propane around here, cuz like, ain't playing like
propane what?
Bro, I was gonna roll downstairs and go get the charcoal, man. The wood chips on y'all boys. I'm like, hold on.
I got hickory smoke. I got apple wood, maple wood. I got the.
Bro, I got the
disrespect me, son. Like I got it. Yeah, propane is like it's outdoor stoves.
All right, y'all. We really about to be chatting with ourselves. People are deucing out. I'm very excited to do.
He's trying to cheat you in 4 minutes. That's crazy.
Dang! Dang, Mom, really?
Crazy.
Yo, he's hilarious.
$30 is $30.
We so long.
You said $26, Willie?
Yo,
I'm not tripping for real. I'm not tripping for real. I get it.
Dang,
No,
I was excited to show y'all. I was excited to show you my video that I had because, I told you I've been studying and I've been, brushing up on my little tools and whatnot. And it usually takes us a little while to wrap. So I wanted to make sure I had time to show my little video. Okay.
Oh, no. Yeah, play the video.
Okay. Let's see what y'all think. Okay.
Did you cut everybody?
You might as well change the time on that. That 7 to 9 ain't gonna never work.
You said just take it down.
Yeah, put the start time. Just leave that there.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
It's only gonna get worse when you're saying the income tax even start over.
Okay.
I cannot. Y'all, I am taking my little self to bed so I can get in the gym because, some of us are not on, what is it called?
CP time.
Not Olympics. No, Olympics. I said Olympics.
Actually, we
Ozempic.
still owe 3 more minutes.
Okay, we can hang out back here for 3 minutes. How about that? They are really still watching.
Crazy. Oh, absolutely.
Should we surprise them and come on for 1 more minute?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Wait a minute. Wait, I forgot I gotta hit the thing. Hold on.
Oh.
Wait. Okay, I gotta hit this first. Y'all, they wouldn't let me be great. They talked about me like a dog backstage. They said we still got 3 minutes.
Oh, boy.
And the good people there.
We pay what we owe.
Yonci, you should give people for the giveaway part. I had an idea. The people that is on Patreon and people that's paying for a course should get like one entry or something, per thing. Make sure they have skin in the game.
Yonci, have you thought about right now with all these dating shows going on? Have you thought about kind of getting into that space a little bit with your brand?
The shows?
Yeah, they got the pop the balloons.
Yeah, I've wanted to for years, but my problem has always been getting people who are not afraid to be on camera. I think I would need an actual casting agent who would go out and get people, because the people that I actually have access to, I'm so shy. It's hard even getting them to come on. Here.
No, you don't. It ain't. Listen, if you start doing that, you will get access to so many more people. It's different from Patreon. You'll get.
I will be on that game camera.
You'll get so many people who sign up.
Do the balloon.
I've literally put feelers out there, and people are like, "I'm just so shy. I'm so shy. I'm so shy."
You haven't done the right marketing. That's all. You haven't done the right marketing right now.
From a male, the women or the men?
Yeah.
Either one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Balloon
all
pop.
You gotta do is have 5 women or 5 men, and you're gonna get the you're gonna get the views, and the money will come from going viral.
It's just giving them the opportunity to speak their piece.
But you can't let them be nice though. You gotta let them be honest.
Right.
But it's gotta be unique.
Oh, but you know what?
I saw the little balloon popping thing that went.
That's what they just said
for a while.
Yeah.
But
you know what's crazy?
Unique.
That's crazy. It's 30 minutes after. I put in my time, babe. I put in my time.
We out here.
You know what's crazy? I just learned right now. I didn't know that you could talk to people backstage. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Now we know.
StreamYard's amazing.
Man, good to know. I'm not talking crap. Man, look at that guy. What a freak, and then you could hear. That would be embarrassing.
Right. Yank everybody off, and then let's talk backstage and let's get a huddle.
Oh yeah, you see that girl trying to bully me about that vegan shit and stuff?
Oh my gosh! Imagine.
I ain't see it. My computer must have been acting weird.
Oh my gosh! All right, guys. You guys have a good night. Hold on, let me see.
Have a blessed one, y'all.
Tomorrow.
Bet.
All right, guys. I'll see you later. Did you guys see the private chat, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't know how to spell. All right. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up. All right, y'all. For real.
They can still hear.
Good night, guys.
Have a good night.